Hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, FS? How are you guys? So, back here with this Career Build Series Live. Just sitting here in the submarine. So, last time, accidentally ran into the rescue boat and caught on fire and died. So, I just reset to back to the last save point. That tends to be what I do. If I die, I'm dead, so I have to go back to save. So, we're sitting here by the volcanic island, somewhere around here. Don't know exactly where we're sitting, but we will surface. There's a, this is the cave diving mission. We're not going to do that. We're going to get out of here and move a little bit. We bought Dre more. We're doing pretty well with money, and a little bit of money pressure is always nice, so we'll probably head up towards Spy Cakes. So I'm going to currently just, currently underwater here. Not sure exactly where we are, but what we'll do is, I think we're on the western coast of the islands here, so I think what I'm going to do is set a waypoint out. And I'll get moving towards that. That will tell me where we are a little bit. Submarine's working really well. Quite happy with the submarine. So it might be nice to actually add a rudder indicator too. That would be kind of a nice feature to add. Have a good 6 days left on this challenge. So we're only 1.6 nautical miles from there, so we're pretty close to this waypoint here. So let's see what heading we're heading. So 344. So 344 is northwest. So 344 would be over here. So we're somewhere over here. So I'm gonna extend this out, and we'll put it in the new one. 331. So that's a little bit more off to the west here. All right, good. So there is 5 nautical miles away. Make sure we're going max speed. All right, so I think we'll go up and we'll probably buy spy cakes. Might do a container mission or two to get a little bit of cash while we're there. I think that'll probably be wise. So I want to make sure we clear this island here. This is the island I like. No, it isn't. That's not the island I like to buy. It's the one up here. This is the island I like to buy. I just want to clear this island, then we can head straight up. Do not need to go too far here. All right, submarine's working really, really well. We're having no issues with that. All the systems are pretty good here. We're down about a little more than a quarter on our fuel. This thing's really fuel efficient, which is nice. Always nice to have a nice fuel efficient vehicle. The ballast systems work really well. I need to get rid of this gauge here. This is my thrust panel. I have a couple more panels here, so I might put some warning indicators on here. Rudder indicator would be kind of nice to have. So, some things to add in here, but that will pretty much finish up the cockpit, the bridge. A couple things I want to do down below. Let's see. So I think that smoke is, my hypothesis, that little bit of smoke there is the CO2. I think CO2 is popping smoke. So these diving suits, they, let's see, close that door. I can pump them up with these. These are very, very slow, but I don't know, I kind of like them. You know, a little bit of work to pump them up, gives you something to do. Might have to integrate. Thank you there, FS Gamer, I appreciate that. FS Gamer is renewed to Captain's Crew for 4 months. Thank you, appreciate that. Oh, what's going on here? We hit something. We had to hit something. Come on, get out of there. Get in there. Okay. We didn't hit anything. It was climbing over the obstacle, so I helped it there. System actually worked really well. The system climbed that sheer wall by itself. And as you see, it's trying to... I'm going to let it do its thing. So it actually did a pretty good job. We still hit, but it wasn't bad. Like, notice how well it is going down there. Oh, there's the cable, too. That's neat. That's the cable. Sometimes you get cable repair missions. So that's really cool. It scaled the mountain. I was like, what is going on here? It scaled that mountain. So that was pretty cool. It works pretty well. So I'm thinking we just went over this right here. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know exactly where we are. Currently on a 331 heading, so what you would do is you draw a line through 331. I wish we had a compass rose on this. Like, they could put a small compass rose along the top here, and we could draw courses. That would be cool. You know, the devs, that's not the devs' background, so it doesn't surprise me that they probably don't even know how to do that, but yeah, but that's kind of neat. Did a good job of scaling that mountain. We are faster underwater than we are above the water, which is cool. I like that. The auto ballast system is Also, we talked about this last time. It accounts for the fuel. So as we burn fuel, it automatically puts water in. That makes it so that as you're burning fuel, you're not actually, you're not changing your depth in the water column. It's a little quiet here as I eat. So, congratulations to the winners and the participants of the Build Challenge Hotel. So that finished up Friday. The video came out Saturday. Now I've got the sneezes. That came out Saturday. So that's a good video if you want to go give that a watch. Some really cool builds in there. So the challenge, for those who may not know, was to build a self-loading container truck that was able to move a container. So very useful in the game. That's a good way to make money. It's we're going to be doing some of that. I'll actually use some of the winner builds. We're going to buy spy cakes, so we'll go up from spy cakes, we'll grab a container, and then we'll head along the road, and we'll go to Komodo and deliver. So the container network's actually pretty good now, especially with Industrial Frontier. How's it going there, Inspector? So you can go from here to there. That's a pretty good route. You have Sawyer North to Sawyer South is another good route. You have FJ down to JSI, FJ to Eurowind power plant. That's another good route. And then, of course, you can use ships and planes and stuff for the rest of them. But pretty cool routes there on containers. So a good way to make money is containers. Looking forward to the 4 major updates coming next year. Those are exciting. I think would not surprise me if we get fishing on one of them. Let's see. All right, we're currently about 2 nautical miles away, so we're 2 nautical miles off of the the opposite to the 3. What is it? 3-3 what? 331. So that would be a 151. So 151. So if you draw the opposite direction, so this would be 151. So if you draw from the waypoint down 151, we're like 2 nautical miles away. Probably on something like, that's 270 right there. So talking about 3, that's probably 331 right there. So somewhere probably right around here is where we are. That's my guess. Let's go ahead and we'll take a little look. I'll do. Yep, pretty close. So I had us here, and we're actually here. So that's pretty damn close. We went shooting right over this, so that does not surprise me that we're a little bit this way. So 330 would be like this, right about there. I can't get my line to go straight through, but like right there. So we have to do that with flying all the time. That's how we would map our courses. All right, so we're clear of obstacles. Let's go ahead and we'll head right into Spacex. There we go. All right, so about a little less than 12 minutes. Not too much, Jackie. Just taking the submarine. I'm going to head up Spy Cakes. We'll buy Spy Cakes. Probably do some container missions to make a little bit of cash money, dollar bills. Talked a little bit about the Build Challenge Hotel. It was really fun. A lot of great builds in that. It was like 14, I think, something like that. I saw the new proper Japanese Godzilla on Saturday. That was really good. Godzilla -1. It was really good. In IMAX. So the depth hold system is working really well. I'm pleased with that. It's working both set depth and terrain following distance. We get a good like 30 knots underwater. For speed, I'm happy with that. We're really fuel efficient. We have no temperature problems. You know, battery will go down, which is good. I want the batteries to go down. You know, having a system that's completely sustainable isn't great. Well, it's not that it isn't great. It is great, but you know, it takes away any choice you have as an operator. For example, I might decide, okay, well, I want, you know, I'm losing some battery, so I'm going to slow down. Or you know, I want to really get there, so I don't mind using it. It's short. Oh, you're Foxy on Discord? Yep. Yeah, if you go, Zachy, if you go in, let me see if you put it in there, but there's a channel on the Discord called Other Names. If you go into Other Names, I don't know if you've already filled that out. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. It's in there. Other names under streaming. If you want to go fill that out there, Zachy, if you have not already, I don't see in there. That's, you know, a lot of people just fill that out, and that way, like, there are people, like, for example, you know, Faffy J38, you know, is a different name on YouTube, so when they're in chat, I know who's who, and, you know, like, Captain Leroy is Aaron Repairs All, so it's, you know, that's a good way to see, like, who's doing what, you know. Like, FS Gamer is SIVG, you know, so it's, you know, it's kind of nice that way. You can see who's who in there, and then I can kind of put the different people to what they are in Discord and on YouTube, and, you know, some people have different Steam names and everything, so. That way I know who. Now, the submarine's going really well. You know, the nice thing with a sub, too, is it's big enough. It's a good size. Like, if it was a single, like, just cockpit seat or something, like, I can easily... There's pretty much no obstacle there. Also, you know, with the terrain following mode, it actually allows me... This is one of the reasons I wanted that a little bit more automated, is it allows me to go downstairs and just hang out. You know, and if you didn't have that, you couldn't come down here because you'd have to be paying attention the whole time. And then let's say that there's something's going on, I'm curious what's happening out front. I could jump on my camera here. You know, I can go ahead, jump on the camera, I can look, see what's going on right in front of us. You know, make sure all is well. You know, lets me come down here and I can, you know, just hang out. You know, so a little bit of a cooler thing to be able to actually kind of use it, let the sub automate a little bit. You know, I tend to like to, you know, the things where I'm always in the cockpit, I don't like to automate. Then the things where I want to be moving around, usually like ships, and a lot of it has to do with speed. Like the airplanes in game are fast. You know, this world seems big, but it's like, this is like a 15-minute flight for me in most of my airplanes. You know, 15 minutes is nothing. You know, so I can go all the way to the extreme of the map in 15 minutes. And so I really don't, you know, I don't leave the cockpit all that much. I might put it on autopilot just as a workload reduction, but I don't leave it. Like, you could have ship journeys, that's 8 hours. So, of course, you're not going to sit there the whole time. So you need a little bit more automation because there's more downtime. And that's how it works in real life. It's like, you know, commercial airliners, you know, most of the time we're on autopilot. And it's, you know, because there's a lot of downtime. You're up at altitude. You're just following the airways. You're not really, you know, you have to talk on the radio. You don't, you know, make altitude change every once in a while for traffic, but that's about it. You know, so you're on autopilot a lot, and it makes sense. You know, when you're driving from here to work, it's not a big deal to do it manually, you know. I like your build, Zach. Yeah, Zachy, Foxy, whichever you prefer. Yeah, it was a cool build. I like that. Mechanism worked really well in that. That one drove really well. Yeah, it was a cool build. There were a lot of cool builds in there. Even like some of the ones that had some problems, they had some really cool elements to them. You know, there are some. My main thing too is as somebody who was a truck driver, I really it's important to me that a truck feels like a truck. And so there were some that felt very car-like, and that makes perfect sense. Most people haven't driven a big truck, so they don't know. But there were some that really felt like trucks, and I really like that. You know. But some really cool mechanisms. Nobody's mechanisms really, went crazy or didn't. Nobody's stuff didn't work. There were no builds that I had to just say, okay, I can't get this one to work. That was good. One bit of caution I would tell people is when you look at the route for the challenge, make sure that your build can easily drive that route. There were a couple like highway trucks which were cool, but the issue is they're low clearance, and so you're going. It's an off-road course, so just like in real life, if you had like a Cascadia with a composite bumper going off-road, I've seen them rip their bumpers off many times trying to go off-road. And then you have other trucks with a little bit higher bumper that are designed, often if trucks are used for construction applications, they'll have higher bumpers so that they can go off-road a little bit. So just keep that sort of thing in mind, because it could easily, it wasn't a big deal. I just, if somebody's build hit the bottom, I just used the fire extinguisher, put it out, fixed it up, and continued. I didn't hit anybody on points for hitting the ground or anything, but you gotta just keep in mind the course. That's good. Yep, I just saw it, Zachy. Thanks. So it's some really great builds on there. It was the points are very, very close. Like, the top points winner, was tied with Captain's Favorites, so I decided I'd split it because there were so many builds. And, the second points winner was within 1 point, and the third was within 1 point, So it's, and then I always like it to see, if the community picks something different, because it shows what you value. For me, a big thing that I valued for my favorite, and a big part of the handling was if it behaved like a truck, And so that was important to me, but that might not be important to the community. Looking cool, might be important. The community might want to go faster. I often see that, so they might pick the fast build. So it's always nice to see the community's favorite as well. Let's go upstairs. But it's kind of cool to be able to sit down there and, it's funny, like, there'll be games like Star Citizen and stuff like that where people will sit in their ship while they eat. They'll sit in the kitchen while they eat, or if they're AFK, they might put themselves in the, on the couch. If they have to go to the bathroom, they might put themselves in the bathroom in the ship. And it's kind of fun RP to do that. So there is Spike Cakes at 12 o'clock. We're about 1.6 minutes away. So let's go ahead and we're going to set the depth for all the way up. Go ahead and surface. I got a better pick for... I usually try to make sure the pick is from that episode, so the one today is from that episode, but this allows me, if I prefer the pick, I can put one in. I got you. There are a couple spelling errors. I usually will point them out, but I don't give anybody any points off or anything for them. But I do like the snowy season. It is kind of cool in game to have that. It's a little bit of a, it changes things up, makes it a little bit more alive. I like that. having little holiday events and stuff. You know, there's Hell Hill on the right there at Donk. That hill over there to the right that you can see the road going up, that is a really tough hill. But this is a cool area. I like the Isle of Donk here at the Draymore is one of my favorite spots on the map. You know, we could get into some coal mining as well with this, so there's some cool stuff we could do up at this area. You know, I try to think far ahead. I really try to make sure that I have a plan. Yeah, I think a lot of people talk about getting bored, and I think part of that is if you have a good plan and you have a course of action you want to take and you want to set some goals for yourself. That was something that I usually do in the career series is I have short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals. So it's like, you know, my long-term goal is to get enough money to buy more bases, to have some really complicated machines in the game. And so because of that, why is this still... Okay, I'm going to make this 1. If that's reading 0, it will automate the ballast. If I put in something greater than 0, it will... if I put in something greater than 0, it will let me manually control the ballast. And so now, as you can see, that's going to try to 0 out the ballast. So we'll float up a little bit higher here. And the autopilot auto-stopped us here, so I'm just going to go up a little bit. I need to shut these off. Yeah, I'm just going to get in zone here, and I'm going to jump out. Couple edits to be made on this. This is pretty much getting there. There's a couple things left. I still have 6 days for the challenge. For the Big Man Challenge, so we have a little bit of time left. So just kind of doing my final things that I need to do on here. So it's good to get it tested. That really kind of shows me what I need. You know, probably put some rescue equipment in there. I'm really kind of hurting on that. I don't have any rescue equipment, so probably should put that in the cabinets. So, all right, we're gonna go ahead and buy this. We have 67 plus whatever the value of that submarine is. The submarine is really not all that expensive. So the 2 winners so far for the Build Challenge Hotel or Citrus with the Scania. That was really cool. I like to see that. That was a fun build. Really well done on that. And the points winner was, let me see what I want to find it. The Halo Ascender by Guarded Halo. So those were 2 really great builds. I really like those. You know, the very close though, like I was saying, you know, the difference between the top 5 are all within, you know, a couple points at most of one another. All right, let's see where we're at here. 84. So we have 84 cash left, so that's good. See if we have a Komodo container. BVG. JSI. BVG. 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 Come on. We might not have one. Yeah, we don't have one right now. All right, so we'll do that later. We need to get a fresh container for that. Yeah, they used to be turbochargers. I don't even remember when they're actively turbochargers, but yeah, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if we get some of that stuff back as you know, we now have a pressure update. You know, this is, I think, you know, I won't go to my rants, but you know, some of the people who are complaining and want them to roll back the game are not looking at the big picture. The big picture is these are beneficial things that are happening that need a lot of balance and that will take a little bit of time to get perfected, but I think overall are good things. And, you know, I think it's short-sighted to just, like, you know, and it's not going to happen to just nix it and go back and roll back the update. You know, I go through the comments and I see tons of people saying the game is completely broken, not working at all. And for me, the game is working great. It's working fine. I'm having no problems. Like, you literally saw last video, it took me 10 minutes to figure out how to fix my steam pistons to make more power than they had before. You know, and so a lot of it is, it's a very complicated game. You know, you need to know some physics, some mechanics, some engineering. That's the point of the game. This is the engineering game. A lot of games, you're the mechanic. This game, you're the engineer. So if you want something to work or you need a problem solved, you need to engineer the solution. And a lot of games don't do that. They fake it, you know. And I understand that's not for everybody, but that is what this game is. And you know, so it's not going to get rolled back. It's working well. There are problems here and there, absolutely. The fluid ports currently are not letting enough fluid through, so a lot of people's seawater cooling systems that they've been relying on are not working. Now, some of those people will take it to the extreme and they'll complain that, you know, oh, I got to start all over. No, you don't, man. Go. You know, I've talked about this the last couple episodes of the Career Build series. You come up here and you go, shut your engine overheating off and play and enjoy the game. And then when things change and your seawater cooling's working again, you can then put engine overheating back on. It's really not that big of a deal, you know? And I understand it can be frustrating when you have to change stuff, but some people are thinking that every time something changes the game, they're going to completely rebuild their build, and I'm like, don't do that, man. Just, you know, have some patience. A lot of people don't have patience. You got to kind of relax, go with the flow. I don't know what's... Okay, this is good. Let me see. I don't know if this is running. I don't know if I finished this build. I probably did. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's see. I just need something to get to the other base. Let me take my own container truck over there. I just need some transpo. Take my own container truck over there and then trying to think. Okay. So the inner tracks here are set up for those pallets. So that this system with the winch is going to be able to drag the pallets on. At some point, I want to test that. I'm not going to do it right now, but I'm just going to drive over to the to Draymore. And I think since we're not going to do a container mission right now because we don't have one here, I'm going to go ahead and I'll take the airplane and we'll go down and we'll grab some more fuel. We'll keep moving fuel around. But, you know, this is the balancing phase of the game. You know, it's, you know, no game can get the parts out on the first, or new content out the first time and have it perfectly balanced. It just doesn't happen that way. You know, like a game like, for example, Escape from Tarkov. Am I still running? I am, okay. A game from like Escape from Tarkov, you know, they'll have guns out for years and still you have to go through a balancing pass where they have to rebalance guns because Escape from Tarkov, every ammo has its own stats. So certain ammo is better for armor pen, certain ammo is better for flesh damage, and so they constantly balance, you know, and the thought that a lot of people have with this game that they're going to be able to come out with a perfect balance on the first time, and if they don't, it's a huge failure. That's nonsense. You know, every player plays this game differently. You have some players who want, you know, ultra realism like me. You have other players who want it to be cartoony. You have other players who want it to be arcadey. You have some that want it to be fantasy. And, you know, every point is valid, and they need to try to squeeze them all in one game. So it's going to take some balancing. You know, you're going to have people who, for example, some people have been really upset that they took away the ability to blow up your boiler, right? You used to be able to explode your steam boiler by going over 10. That no longer happens. You're capped at 2.5. You can't explode your boiler. Now, some people were getting frustrated because they didn't know how to fix their boilers, and their boilers are always blowing up, and they said the game's broken, instead of saying, I don't know how to fix this. And so those people had been asking for essentially boiler explosions to go away. Another group had been asking for even more detailed, you know, damaging boilers and stuff like that. And so it's a balancing act, and none of us are going to get exactly what we want, but hopefully, you know, we still get just a great game that works well and we can play, you know. And that's kind of the thing I think some people miss is that you need to understand that is that you know, different people want different things. They're all valid, and you might not get exactly what you want, but that could mean somebody else is getting what they want. Sometimes they get what they want. Sometimes you get what you want. And at the end of the day, you know, hopefully we all get enough of the game that we can enjoy it. Go ahead and we'll stick this hose over here. So we have a good 6,100 liters. That was from the last airplane trip we took up here. All right, let's go ahead and we'll spawn that. I think I left. Did I leave the... Okay, I didn't. All right, let's go ahead and we'll load that in. Grab the pallet. Do I have a hose with me? Probably don't. I'll no clip and I'll go grab one when we need it. Side. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna land this at base. I'm gonna just land this at base, and then I will get the trailer filling again. So, because it'll be a little bit better to move things with the trailer. It'll be faster. How's it going there, Al? All right, let's go. Flaps to 1. Parking brake released. Let's read some chat. Yeah, I'm reading Al's comment. Balancing the different cooling systems, I think, would be a positive thing. That, you know, for example, I've got a test rig going that I'm doing some cooling testing, but until they kind of fix the fluid ports, I think the point is moot to kind of do it now. So I would wait till they kind of get those fluid ports fixed, because I think that's definitely probably on the to-do list. But for example, you can do air-liquid cooling that is more effective than a 5x5 radiator. It takes up, I would say, too much space, and it only cools a little bit better. You know, I essentially think the biggest part should have the best cooling, frankly. You know, raw water cooling makes sense because you're not having to, you know, you're not actually cooling the water. What you're doing is you're trading the heat out to the ocean, and then you're just dumping it in the ocean. So that should be the most effective. But, you know, really, frankly, you shouldn't be doing raw water cooling because it would rot out your engine, you know. And so I wouldn't mind if they, you know, almost even got rid of raw water cooling, but you had to, you have to put it through a liquid, but they do need to balance them. You know, it should be pretty, you know, if you have something that's 10 times the size, it should give you about 10 times the cooling, you know. So a good balancing pass on that. Now, the exception to this is, for example, some of those big parts are very inexpensive. And because they're very inexpensive, you say, okay, the balancing is on price. So yes, this might take up more space. I gotta do some coloring there, and that's a little bit off. Okay, I got some paint to do. You know, you might say that, you know, the balance is off on some of that. Just look real quick. Okay. You know, you may say that the balance is off on some of that stuff, but, you know, price-wise, yeah, it might not cool as well, but it's a lot cheaper, so, you know, I can use that. You know, for example, like if we look, I can't look at it now, but for example, the old radiators had no fan. Well, of course, an old radiator that has no fan should be cheaper than an electrified radiator with an electric fan. And so it still should be usable. It might be less effective, but say, for example, you have a 2-cylinder 1x1 motor, and you don't need a 3x3 electric radiator. So instead of having a 3x3 electric radiator, you have the 3x3 old school radiator, and it's cheaper because it doesn't have a fan unit on it, and it doesn't require any electrical connection. You know, so those are its benefits. Its drawbacks is maybe it can't cool as well because it doesn't have a fan. Well, the whole point of a fan on a radiator is that when you're stationary, it's still blowing air over the radiator. You know, when you're moving, the fan doesn't do much. Often the fan will shut off because once you hit a certain temperature, the fan shuts off. And so generally, like if you're going down the highway, you might not need that fan at all. But if you're stopped at a stoplight on a hot day, that fan's going to be going. And so the radiator that doesn't have the fan could overheat when stationary. You know, and so if the wind is blowing, that one still should be getting plenty of cooling. If it's not, that one should get a lot less cooling, you know. So kind of some balancing pass on that I think would be a really good idea. All right, so we're coming up here, I think, where are we? I'm pretty much going right to it here. Yeah, right there. Okay. But we're coming over where we just were. We were just south of this island right there when we came in with the submarine. What is that in the water? I see something sticking out of the water there. Interesting. I think it's just a bit of land. So let's check our temps. Alright, our temps are pretty good. No problem with our temps here. I do have engine overheating is enabled. Alright, one thing is, you know, you see this in a lot of movies, you see this in games. You know, they'll just quickly come in, turn, and land. That's not how it happens in real life. That you set up really far out for landing. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to drop our landing gear. That helps you slow down. Start pushing our prop in at the same time. I'm going to bring my thrust back. So, as I bring my prop back, I'll be speeding up and bring my thrust back to recover that speed. A little bit slow there. I'll maintain 100, watch our temps. If they get high, I will fix it. But, alright, first notch of flaps coming in. Second notch of flaps coming in. Now, this is going to be picking my nose up, so I'm expecting a little bit. Now, the reason why my nose actually dropped there was because my speed went down. I need to add a little speed as I'm doing it. But we're getting lift, so I need to account for that. So now that my speed's back up, my nose is pitching up even more. So you notice it just pitched up. If I let go, we pitch up even more. So that's trim. So every pitch power configuration change, you need to trim. So retrimmed, we're going to start slowing down for our final approach speed here. We're coming in about 85. So I don't want to get slower than 85. We are descending quickly. So as I pick up my nose, we're going to bleed off speed. So these are all things you kind of second nature as a pilot. You kind of know. So if I'm going a little slow now, as soon as I pick my nose up, I'm going to be going really slow. I'm a little fast, and I know I'm gonna level out here. That's gonna drop the speed a little bit. All right, so I'm really watching my speed. Speed is one of the most important things here. We're slow, we're slow, we're slow. Watching that light pole there. And diving in on the light pole. Try not to hit that bunny or whatever it is right there. Bunny, I think it's a bunny rabbit. Nope, it's our dog. That dog I found. So, kind of knew that was a big slope there. I didn't want to hit the slope and then come shooting off the top. So I kind of waited to touch down right at the top of the roadway where it was flat. So, yeah, I've done some soft field stuff where you go to a grass strip or something, but like when you're gonna land off field like this, you really have to kind of read the terrain. You don't want to be coming in and then slamming up. You know, if you're going uphill, it's going to be easier to stop. If you're going downhill, it's going to be harder to stop. There was this airport that we used to fly in when I flew private, and it was in Peachtree, Georgia. And when you landed, when you touched down, you couldn't see the other end of the runway because the hill in the middle of the runway was so much. And you go up and over that hill. So if you put it down really close to the beginning of the runway, you were going uphill. That helped you still slow down. But then as soon as you went over the midpoint of the runway, you had downhill. It was harder to stop. And so we had some guys who were old, you know, had been like, they were like 62. They'd been in the airlines. They changed the retirement age. And they weren't used to flying small airplanes anymore. A couple of us had just been flight instructors a couple of years prior. We were. And so, like, we had no problems, and a couple of the other guys blew tires because they would, you know, they were landing too long. And then they would go downhill, and they couldn't get the plane stopped. They had to slam the brakes. They blew the tires. Yep, a little bit of Air America. Be a cool show. That was a cool show. All right, so that's in. I'll grab the IFA. At some point, I need to put some trailer brakes on this. Still no citrus. I'm going to have to add citrus. Citrus will usually come along and there. He didn't see that the message pop up. So sometimes people have had issues where personally the message isn't coming up just for them. So I might make a group on the Discord that if you want to be pinged every time I'm going live, you can do that. Because some people want to be pinged, some people don't. So that way, if you're part of that group, I can put you in a group and it will ping you. And that way, those who want to be pinged can get pinged, and those who don't. Alright, so let's go ahead and... What did we grab last time? Diesel? I think we grabbed diesel. Yeah, diesel. We had a lot of diesel, so let's go ahead and get some jet. We'll see you later there, FS. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, balancing the cooling, I think, would be a big thing. Is right now, it's just... I hate metas. I hate metas with a passion, and currently the meta is just put in electric radiators. Just put in electric radiators. Oh, car, electric radiator. Boat, electric radiator. You know, boats should be using some sort of water cooling. That should be the king of cooling, and because it is, you're taking a water jacket around the engine, you're sticking water up against the metal in the jacket, and then you're passing it off, you know, and it's, then you have cold water going over the hot water pipes, which takes the heat, and then it just dumps it into the ocean. Right? That should be the king of cooling, because it is IRL. You know, air is not a good conductor. Air is a good insulator, so air liquid cooling should not be as good. You know, that you're talking your electric radiators, you're talking your air liquid coolers, which are essentially just a different type of, you know, radiator. Those should not be as good. You know, but they have certain applications. For example, when you're on the land, there's no way I could have a proper liquid here because I don't have seawater in my truck, you know. And so you make a sacrifice for that, yeah, I'm on land, I can't have a liquid system. So it's not as efficient. It also makes sense in the context that, for example, when you're in a boat, you're constantly or generally at high throttle all the time. When you're in a truck, like none of my trucks really overheat now because, like, look at this temp. It's barely climbing because, one, I'm at really low RPS, but, you know, I rev a little bit, I take a turn, I slow down, that caused the engine to cool off. So having a proper balance where the different systems make sense, I think, is really helpful. Like the 9x5 air liquid cooler, for example, it's a big size. So that would make sense, for example, to put on a construction vehicle. So that should be one of the best air liquid coolers. Water still should beat it every day of the week, but the air liquid, the big ones, should of course give you more cooling because they're big. You know, and they're taking in large volumes of air. And so those would be good for things like trains. Those would be good for like large construction equipment, maybe a large crane, like the really large builds. Even putting them on ships makes sense, you know. And then you have like your electric radiators. Well, your electric radiators are best for cars, right? Still not as good as liquid, but they're best for cars. And even when your vehicle's stopped, or let's say you have a generator and you're not actively moving, well, the fan on them is actually blowing air across, so they still cool even when you're stopped. And then you have your very small, cheap radiators, like your old school radiator, your like air-cooled radiators. Like you can do air liquid cooling, you know, is the most compact method of cooling, and it's also super cheap, so it's good for like my ultralights. But you need to be moving, or you need to have wind going over the system. And so, like, having a good balance of that would be really cool. That you shouldn't have, you know, it shouldn't be that every build every person makes just has a bunch of 5x5 radiators in it. That's no fun. That doesn't make any sense. Realistically, it's also starts making metas. That's pretty silly, you know. I'll have to read that in a message in a minute. This needs to, the top rev on this needs to go up. I have it revving too low. So I can't get a good speed out of this one. I need to tweak this again. I meant to do it and I forgot. 3 owls comment here. I can't have 16 radiators for 2 Marine 5x5 engine with 4 cylinders, but I do. Yeah. 7 RPS, 27 knot speed. Yep. You know, like, Triton still works, and one of the reasons Triton still works, even though it's mostly liquid cooling, is it also has air cooling. It also has radiator cooling in there. And so it still works. It can't go max speed forever. It will drop down about 3 or 4 knots because of the auto system, the auto protection system. But, you know, I think we're definitely going to get an update at some point on them changing the way fluid ports work. Now, I actually don't mind if they make it so we can't do raw water cooling. We shouldn't be doing raw water cooling. They've essentially already stated, not with their words, but with their actions, they don't want raw water cooling. You know, you shouldn't be taking salt water directly into the jacket of the engine. That rots the engine out. That's perfectly fine. I get that. I understand that. That makes perfect sense to me. You know, I have zero issue with that. But what you need to do is they need to buff the heat sinks. Heat sinks are designed to be able to... What is that, lower? I don't know what that means. Heat sinks are designed to pass the water through the jacket into the heat sink, and then the water from the ocean goes over the hot metal, and it cools it. Let me see if I can find some pictures. Well, let me make sure there's filling first. Okay, it's filling. All right, there we go. All right, let me find some ship cooling systems. You know, so you shouldn't really be able to do raw water cooling. And so you're going to get a bunch of people soon who are going to be complaining, oh my God, they killed my builds, they took away raw water cooling, if they do it. But I think they should. You should have to come up with a better system or your engine rots out. Now, currently the way it works, if you don't go over 100 degrees, your engine doesn't get any sort of wear and tear from it. I think you should. But they do need to balance the stuff before, because all it does is it makes it so that we don't have any good choices. They need to make sure that we have an easy replacement to do. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find ship cooling pipes. It has a bunch of, let me see, heat sink. Trying to find the pictures. There are a bunch of ships. They have like these pipes going out the outside of them. Right here, I'll show you what I'm working with here, but I haven't found it yet. But essentially what they're doing is they're taking in seawater, and they pass it over a jacket with pipes that has the fresh water. So you're not putting here. Let's try this one. See if this one shows anything. That's good. All right, so like here you have. This is your skin fitting. That's on the outside of the ship. It comes in. You have a raw water pump. Pumps the water in. Now, the water never goes into any part of the engine. What it does goes into this jacket. And this is like our liquid-liquid heat exchangers in-game. And so the raw water, the seawater comes in. It goes in this jacket. And then it goes out, and it's just spit out back into the ocean. And inside here, you have your engine. And so the engine will take hot water, and it comes through the jacket, so you have clean, low corrosive water going through a jacket. So it's like a gap between the actual piston cylinder head, and then you have a void, which is where the water goes, and then you have a jacket on the outside. So the water goes in, it's around the cylinders, and it takes the heat away. It goes through this pipe, and the pipe is getting cool. The water is getting cooler and cooler as it's giving more heat to the seawater that ejects. And then now you have nice cold water. It goes back, keeps the engine cool. All right, so that's how it's supposed to work. Now we can cheat in game essentially by spitting that salty seawater directly into the jacket of the engine. When we do that, it's essentially like we're taking seawater in, putting it through the jacket of the engine, and then spitting out. Well, that would corrode like crazy. And so it's not a good long-term solution. So it wouldn't bother me if the devs forced us to do a system like that, but they have to make sure first that the system's going to work. You know, and that's kind of the rub, is you have to balance some of that stuff. You should have to do liquid to do it, or heat sinks. Like I have on my tugboat heat sink. Heat sink is the same type of thing. This should be running for a while. Yeah, it's going to run for a little while. Let's leave it going. I'm going to quickly save. What date is today? 11? 11. So, like, if we look at heat sinks, so this is how a lot of ships do it. They do this heat sink. So this actually sits on the bottom of the ship, and this is out in the ocean. And so it's on the bottom of the ship, and so you have these fins, and it's the same type of thing. Is the engine's hot water goes in, and it will go down into these fins, and so the cold ocean water will go over the fins, stealing the heat from it. And then now, by the time you get here, it's nice cold water going back to the engine. That's a good system, but they do need to make sure these are working well. Currently, I've been testing these, and for some reason, the flow rate is very slow in these. You know, these are the other liquid-liquid heat exchangers. This is just like the diagram I showed you. The water comes in here, or the other way, of course. The water comes in here, and so now you need to imagine, let's do a cutaway. Do a cutaway. I like doing cutaways. Alright, so if we did a cutaway of this, let me get my cursor showing again. I have the cursor off for, I was doing the video. Alright, it'll come back there. Okay, and so, like, if we did a cutaway here. Let's go. Let's actually just do a layer. Alright, so if you have so if you did a cutaway of this cooling system here, it would essentially look something like this. You would have a pipe coming in here, right? And then you would have your pipe. I was trying to click on the color here. All right, you have your pipe, it comes in here, right? And then it goes up and it zigzags through here. It goes zigzag, and it zigzags like this, and then it goes out like that. And so you take the hot engine, the hot water from the engine, come in, it goes through a pipe, and then what you do is you have a cold water pipe here that will go in, and it just puts water in the background. So it'll be like that. And so that would be cold water coming through, and then you have that cold water eventually comes out of the pipe here. So that just constantly keeps that water cool, and the pipe in here has the hot water, and by the time it gets to the end, it's given its heat to this water. You know, and that's theoretically why, you know, a high flow rate is helpful, is the high flow rate of the cold water keeps the water cold in the radiator. You know, so ideally, this should be the best system, as you have fresh, cold ocean water all the time. This engine water should never get any salt in it, because it'll corrode the engine. This corrosive water here will go in here. You know, you can put some sacrificial anodes in here to protect it, but it's a lot better to replace one of these than it is to replace an entire engine on a ship, you know, so that's why they do it. So, doing some sort of boost on that stuff, I think, would be really beneficial in game. All right, let's see where we're at here. Let's get a mission. We'll figure out what we want to do. We'll do a mission. You know what? Let's see if we can. I'm trying to see. I'd have to drive a ways. Let's. We'll do our cargo missions from Komodo Spy Cakes. We try to get a mission here. But, you know, they definitely need to work on that. There's a bunch of things going on right now. For some reason, a bunch of people, their game's completely crashing when they delete vehicles. I've deleted vehicles, no problem. It seems like, from what some people are saying, it's an AMD issue, which wouldn't surprise me. You know, AMD has been having issues constantly. And, again, I don't think that's really a game problem when I have NVIDIA and don't have any problems, and other people have AMD and they have problems. That's more of an AMD problem, I think, than a game problem. You know, it could be that they didn't make the game work with the latest AMD drivers, but you'll also get, you know, some of the stuff I talk about, you know, you kind of need to take with a... I don't want to transport that. Yeah, I don't really want to do that mission. You know, one thing you need to take with a big grain of salt, too, especially on PC, is a lot of people, they don't keep their drivers up to date. And so I got a new NVIDIA driver last week. So you have to ask the question, did some people just not update their drivers? A lot of people will go months and months and years without updating their drivers. And then they'll be like, oh, something's wrong with my computer. Yeah, you didn't update your drivers in 100 years, you know. And so that's something to keep in mind as well. Is, you know, some of those people may not have their drivers up to date. Some people may not have enough RAM or CPU or GPU. You know, so it can be night and day, the different responses. Like, the game runs great for me, but I have a good PC, good internet. I keep my drivers up to date, you know, and I don't assume that it's the game's fault right off the bat, and so therefore I will check my drivers. I will do this. Other people will say, oh, it's the game's fault. They'll never check the drivers, and if they just updated the drivers, they'd be good. So, you know, that's often, you know, you get people talk about their game crashing, and some of the first questions people ask is specs, and they'll have no clue what their PC specs are. Well, you know, that's often a big part of what it could be is your PC doesn't meet specifications, you don't have the updated drivers, you're on an old version of Windows. Windows could cause the problem too, so... You know, a lot of that stuff you really need to kind of look at your own PC sometimes, because you know you can, you know, they'll act as though the game is broken for everybody, but you can look on the Discord and see that a lot of people are playing no problem. That starts to point to that it could be just them, or it could be people who have similar specifications to them. It could be, like I said, an AMD issue, or you know, so you got to keep that in mind as well. Oh, that's good, yeah. Auto-update your GPU drivers. But, like, I haven't gone in my actual PC and updated some of my individual drivers in a long time, you know, but I also haven't had any problems, you know. But, you know, sometimes, again, you got to look in the mirror, you got to see, is it something I'm doing? And sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes it is the game's problem. But a lot of times, you know, when you see hundreds of other people playing the game with no problem, you start to say, ah, they're playing fine. It's probably not something game related. If they're still playing fine, it might be on my end, but there is definitely some issues going on right now, but you know, I don't know specifically what it is. You know, like, there is a game issue going on. Like, if you look at that right there, that is that mission has not despawned. We know that the missions by St. Alexander are not despawning. That's an issue. You know, I don't know why that's not despawning. It doesn't show on the map anymore, but the actual assets haven't despawned. That is an issue. And I put in a bug report. There's some gold right there. You know, and I put in a bug report. So sometimes that's what you need to do. Put in a bug report, you know. And have some patience. You know, worst case, you know, take a little break from the game. If it's not working, go play something else. Come back a little bit later, you know. You know, if you really want to help, you can fill out bug reports. So I think we have 3 to rescue here. This is an interesting boat. I've never seen this before. Is it on side? That is a strange looking beast. What is... Oh, it's a helicopter. This where we're supposed to be? Yeah, that's got to be it. No, it isn't. It's over here. This isn't our rescue. It's just a random helicopter in the drinky poo. It's over here somewhere. Alright, so there's an oil spill there. Helicopter in the drink. See, that's another thing that I will, you know, I don't even know if I'll fully blame the game for that, but the problem is that when the game spawns in a vehicle for AI, you can see it sometimes. When you get close to the vehicle, it spawns it in. When you get far away, it despawns it. And so when the vehicle spawns in, sometimes you'll notice the helicopters go crazy. And the reason is it was despawned, and then it spawns in, and the gyro or the PID tells it how to orient itself, and they'll flip out and they'll go crazy and they'll crash. And oftentimes that is the way that build was built. You know, and so I think it needs to be tested. Can this vehicle be spawned in and not freak out? You know, you see that with the refueling plane. You know, it will spawn in and it will dive like 1,000 feet right off the bat. You know, that's not set up well, so that it shouldn't be doing that. We should be right up there, I think. So here's this, like if we look at the beach here, this is the beach. We just came around this horn here. Then we have another horn here, and then it should be there. So we expect right around the corner of this horn here, right, that little bit of outcrop. I was trying to see if that was oil. Yeah, that's a little oil into the map. That's fine. We have that oil sucker. It is working. That little oil sucker that we put out there, we had all sorts of spills all in here. The oil sucker is probably sitting somewhere in here. It's just too far away. I should probably at some point we'll move it over here and it can suck up the oil. But it doesn't need to be right on top of the oil to get rid of it. My understanding is. You know, and this was, again, me dumping oil in the ground. So this was me actively doing it. Oh, really? The waves are larger at 100? Oh, interesting. Oh, neat. Yeah, a bunch of people have been asking for that. You know, I don't know. They watch certain videos where they do krakens and sinking and big waves, and so a bunch of people have been asking for that. I'm not opposed to it. You know, I have no problem with certain missions. The weather conditions are not good enough to go out. You know, or you need a big ship. You know, certain conditions. If you're going to do a rescue in, you should be taking Triton out there and running some parasite craft. You know, certain missions, you're never going to be able to go out there and get them. You know, it happens in real life. The weather conditions are too bad, and they just can't rescue people, you know. I got to get close, or I'm not going to be able to put this out with the fire extinguisher. I still have yet to put a fire suit on this. Casualty died. Okay, whatever. What do you want me to do about it, guy? I just got here. Might be cool to put a firefighting hose on the roof here that I have to get out and manually control at some point. Get up the ladder there, scum. So the people's bodies will act like a big blocker. They're dead anyway. They're going in the drink for fish food. You kind of have to get them out of the way sometimes. Like that fire right there was being blocked by their body. So I couldn't put it out because that was their body blocking it. So I had to move their body in order to be able to put the fire out. Let's see if I can get to the front without... You can get to the bow without having problems here. Should be able to jump up here. There we go. There we go. Got it. All right. So one of them is already dead. Oh, so such great sadness. This one here though is okay. So. Oh, didn't mean to get the undercarriage look there, son. But cool new pressurized jerry can. That was a really cool thing with the update. Those pressurized jerry cans, kind of neat feature. So stuff like that. I love the pressure update. It's really, there's so much cool stuff to do now. Yeah. That's why I kind of get annoyed when I hear the, you know, just roll it back. Just two. All right. So the other one's fish food. All right. So like right here, some oil. We need to move that thing at some point. It'd be actually kind of cool to do an amphibious oil sucker. That'd be interesting. Trying to go too high of a gear, too fast. How's it going there? 50? This is a good vehicle for these type of rescues because it's like you'd have to go all the way around. you know, to do it via water, and you know, I can drive pretty fast with this on the land and then go in the water. Yep. So a little bit of oil over here, so I could move that. I could move that oil sucker at some point, stick it over here. Be kind of a thing to do. But it will also be kind of cool to have a trailer with the oil sucker, put it in the water, and then have this drag it out, and then go back at the trailer and do it. But you know, most of the oil that I put in the water has been sucked up passively. I don't even need to sit there; it just automatically does it. It's slow because it uses solar to recoup its batteries, so it doesn't get that much. And then, especially at night, of course, it doesn't get anything. So. Alright, so this mission should be worth like $6 grand. We lost a person that died almost instantly. I'll go dump this person off. So a good little bit of cash for that. Still pumping. Next thing we'll do is we'll go get that jet fuel. That should be probably getting pretty close to being filled up. Now we'll bring the jet fuel back. Can't really do anything with the jet fuel yet because we don't own this. I could get there, but the best way to do military base is to despawn it into the base and then head over. Because I have no place to spawn my transfer truck, and this is 90 grand, so it's going to take us a little while to get that. But it's good to have the jet fuel in case I want to do something. Yes, it is. But this land ship's pretty cool. It's nice and versatile. If you have yet to do so and you're interested in on the Discord is the voting for the community's favorite for the Build Challenge Hotel. So you have till December 16th, 2023 at midnight. So the morning of the 16th. So I believe that is, what is that, Saturday morning, to vote for your favorites. And then I'll start pretty soon using them. I was gonna use one of the winners for a container mission from Spycakes to Komodo, but there were no containers for it, so I couldn't do it yet. I don't want to go for a long drive right now. I've been kind of doing a bunch of boat stuff. It's taking a little bit of time, so I'm trying to do some closer missions. Not feeling a drive across the arid biome right now. So let's beach. Let us beach. Nice versatile craft, this. But next challenge will be a little while. I'm definitely waiting for Big Man's challenge to be over. You know, it'd be a sea-based challenge. I haven't thought of anything. He's coming up with, I think, his next challenge is going to be sea-based as well. So I want to see what he comes up with first. You know, seeing he was waiting a little bit on mine to finish up. So I'll probably give him the chance to figure his out first. And it took me literally all... See, like, this is the problem with... We're talking... The missions over here at St. Alexander are not... they're not despawning. That has been put in as a bug report. I put that in. You know, it could become a concern later where if too many people get there, it's going to slow the game down. I did have a crash where somebody was glitched into the wall because there were just too many people there. And when I closed the door, it pushed them into the wall. So that has been submitted. They'll eventually get to it. You know, if I'm the only person who ever submits that bug, it's for a good reason. They're probably not going to get to it right away. You know, they should be going after the most, the bugs that affect the most people. And likely the one right now is people are having an issue where when they delete a vehicle, it's causing the game to crash. Another AMD issue, which, you know, some people want to blame the game, but, you know, if the game never has a problem with NVIDIA and always has a problem with AMD, it starts to tell me that it's an AMD problem, you know. You can't always, you know, blame the game when NVIDIA never has a problem, and AMD does. You know, it could be something that devs are doing. They're not making the game compatible with AMD as well, but, you know, the NVIDIA, I've never had a problem with NVIDIA and it running. You know, people have problems with Mac. Again, it's Mac. What do you expect? You bought a Mac. What do you expect? It's not really... They're not designed for PC gaming. They're designed to suck every dollar out of your wallet. So when you buy a new cable to recharge. Yep. You know, you'll get a bunch of people that'll buy, oh, I can get this AMD for so much cheaper. It's like, yeah, it's, you know, but currently AMD's not that great, you know. They're getting better, but they're not great, you know. I would still rather get an NVIDIA. So no clip is off, so the missions should be close. Let's see. I may or may not do this one. Yeah, I'm not doing any tows right now. I don't feel like doing a tow mission. If I had, one thing I want to do at some point is I built a remote controlled tow vehicle. And the benefit of that is it's you can command it from the command station, and then you command it from the command station. It's not necessarily 100% automated, but it's a little bit automated. Again, it's a ton of these servicing boats, and that way, what you could do is you could actually go and you can control it remotely. I did that in the regular career build series. The problem is the most up-to-date version of the command center is on Triton, so I would need to go and rip the most current version off of Triton so that I could spawn it here and do it. Let's do this one. Blue Cab Rio in distress has requested assistance without exact no. English language, me speak. Exact known location. Generally, it is going to be on the road. So let's go looking there for it. I think we'll take small tow truck, maybe. Yeah, I think I'll take the small tow truck. Haven't used that in a while. That'll be kind of nice to use. Yeah. So, you know, this Pinthrow was talking, they have AMD. I've never had the issue. Yep. A lot of it, again, is people don't update the drivers, stuff like that. You know, that's the problem with PCs. A lot of people are not, they're not ready for PC. And so they will not check their updates. Not that we need a tow truck, but we're going to take it. Not that they don't check their updates. They don't check this stuff where console is very, for some people, console is the way because they have no interest in checking the stuff. They have no interest in updating it. And so for them, it's just easier for them to just, like, it always works. Plug it in, works. You know, and that's not what PC is. And there are huge limitations with that. That's like, you know, some people have put on Reddit, for example, they go, oh, you know, I wish Stormworks would come to console. And I actively say, I wish it wouldn't. And like, oh, well, why don't you want it to go to another thing? Isn't that a good thing? It's like, the problem is this, is there are plenty of games that have gone to console as well, and the issue is, one, you split the dev team now because you can't just take the same version of the game and put it on console. And the other one is the publisher has to approve every update. So you'll notice that console games get like 1/10 of the updates that the PC does. I need to work on the steering system on this. They'll get like 1/10 of the updates that PC gets because they have to send it to Sony to get approved, or they have to send it to Microsoft to get fuck, don't crash. They have to send it to Microsoft to get approved. And so, like a game like 7 Days to Die, for example, I played a bunch of, is, you know, their version is way behind PC for console, and console still doesn't have some basic stuff PC has. Is that a floating, got a floating stuff there? Let me see what that is. I want to take a picture of that for a bug report. You know, they'll be way behind because you have Sony or Microsoft has to approve every update. And because they have to approve every update, it takes time, you know, and it's not going to happen. So here, let's take a pic here. All right, so it's important to make some screenshots. If you're going to do a bug report, if you actually want something fixed and you're not just going on there to rant, this is the type of stuff you should be doing. Like, come in here, take a picture. All right, and then go on the map. Find exactly where you are. So let's go map players, and we will zoom right in. And we'll take a picture there, and that way, when I do the bug report, I'm going to put the links to the pictures, and the devs can see precisely where this is. You know, because if they have to go hunt for it, or it's not labeled, you know, it's not going to be able to be done because it takes too much time, and you're wasting time, you know. So you put a good bug report where it shows exactly where the problem is. Makes it really easy. Oh, real simple. I can see that there are 2 floating things in the air. Oh, shit. What the fuck did I just do? This vehicle needs work. This vehicle needs a good bit of work. Where is the fire X on this? Did I not put one in? No, there is. There's a 50-50 chance of getting the fire extinguisher. You know, so it's not going to get fixed if you don't put a good bug report. Yeah, but kind of what I was talking about with console is the reason I actively don't want console is you end up actively getting them to stop, you know, they have to do 2 versions of the game. And that's why, like, you know, I'm happy with you being able to roll back to 1 version of this game. But if they do it too much, you have to then maintain all the versions of the game. It wastes dev time. They can't do other things because this small dev team is now trying to keep 10 versions of the game, and that's what happens with consoles is when they have a console version, they need a team that knows how to work on the console. They also have things like they have to pay a lot of money for the dev kit, I believe, for the console. And so now, you know, they have to pay all this extra money to put it on console. Yeah, sure, they'll get some of that back. And then they can't keep the game versions updated, and then you get, you know, you could have 2 different groups of people wanting 2 different things for the game. It's better just keep everybody together. And you frankly, you know, you want to play the game, play it on PC. There are games on console we don't get on PC. You know, GTA 6 is going to be like 2 years after console. It's going to come out on PC, you know. You know, so you kind of have the, you know, that's the thing of it. You kind of have to either deal with it or not. Let's see. All right, battery might be dead. I might have to jump this battery. Let me see. I don't know where it is. Still can't get in at the moment. I don't know where the battery. Sometimes I kill the battery in this process, and then I have to just throw on infinite electricity just to get the doors open. Because again, the doors IRL would be manual, so I don't mind using that. Yep. So the battery's damaged somewhere. I gotta find where it is. Trying to get in here and open the hood. So where is hood? 6. Right, and then I want parking brake on. Okay. Up, this torch is out. Awesome. That's great. I don't have another torch in here, do I? Probably not. Screw it. I think we're good. Right, we'll run with infinite electricity on right now. I don't have enough torch, and I need to fix this vehicle. So. I went off-road to do a bug report here. I'll take a little bit of free electricity for my trouble. You know, and it often happens that the console community gets all pissed off that they're so far behind. It's like, dude, you bought this for the console. You know, you had to know that that's what happens, you know, and I think people need to go in with clear eyes on some of these things. Is, you know, that is something that, again, the games are really, it's not their fault. It's the publisher, it's Sony, it's Xbox. They want to approve every update. So imagine, like, this game updates about every 2 weeks. Imagine if they had to go to Sony and put up their update. So Sony's probably backed up checking 100 updates for 100 games, and you get put in the wait list. And so what do? Do you hold up your PC community, which is going to piss all them off, or do you let the version for PC be way ahead of the Xbox? I think I see it up there. Way ahead of the Xbox version. Likely what's going to happen is you're going to let your PC version get ahead. And it pisses off your console players because they're like, oh, the PC guys get all this cool stuff and we don't. The other thing, too, is, like, a lot of that stuff you're never going to get with console. It's still going to be behind. And then the other issue is often a lot of those games the stuff in the workshop needs to be approved. And so by the developer, by Sony, by Microsoft. You know, for example, you know, they don't need to do it, but for Farming Sim, if you go on the official mod hub, they don't get mods as often because they're approved by Giants. Okay, let's grab this dude. Was I supposed to repair? I don't think I was supposed to repair this thing. Just rescue this jackass. Get out of the way, ding dong. You're actively screwing with this door here. Let me see if I had to repair this. My repair torch is toast, so it's not getting repaired if it needs it. Oh, get out of there. Why is my no clip? Oh, I shut my no clip off. Okay. The benefits of this menu. Alright, let me check this mission. Blue Cabrio. Rescue 1 casualty. That's it. Okay. Let me read a little chat here. Let me see if I can drive and not crash again. No, it was the vehicle. It's the steering. Did you not hear earlier I said the steering needs work? The steering controller on this is not tuned in. Because I never finished this vehicle. So the steering controller is not fixed, so even though I completely did a hard lock, it did not turn. Because the steering controller is not working. So I need to fix the steering controller in this. Pay attention. That's why I blame the vehicle. It's like having a broken steer axle and saying, oh, it wasn't the car's fault. Yeah, your friggin' steer axle is broken. See how the vehicle's going back left and right? That would be the steering control that needs to be fixed. Yeah, for example, my friend Monk was having a bunch of problems with Tarkov, and he never once blamed Tarkov for it. It was his PC, because guess what? He was playing with me, and I never had those problems. And so obviously it was something on his end if I was playing the same game in the same raid on the same servers that he was, and I wasn't having his problem. And so he took the right approach, right? He says, oh, it's something on my end. And he went out and he just built a new PC, and guess what? The game's running great, you know. And you'll see people, they'll blame the game for the lack of their PC, or their PC having issues. And it's the same thing. I talk about all the time. And this is like when they blame the game for their poor engineering choices. It's an engineering game. If you don't engineer something correctly, it's not going to work right, you know. And they'll blame the game, and it's like, dude, if you look, like they'll say, oh, you know, I responded to a post this last week. It was module engines are broken, Steam engines are broken, and I literally posted my tutorials showing that within the last couple days, everything was working, and it's still working. And so it shows that it was their engineering issue, and it's a lot of people just very quickly to blame anybody but themselves, and you kind of have to, it sucks. Yeah, it sucks. You might not be able to afford a new PC. But at the end of the day, it's still not the game's problem that your PC doesn't run it well, it doesn't handle it well, you didn't bother updating your drivers, you know, X, Y, and Z. So it's sometimes you kind of have to take some ownership of that. Where the hell's the door handle? There it is. Get in there, guy. Let's go. We'll add to the stack of people in here. It's like a Christmas party in here. We'll put you in the way back so you don't glitch out, cause me problems. I need like a meat grinder to get rid of all these people. Despawn them, game, or I'm going to have to start meat grinding people. Alright, let's fix the steering controller on this so that I don't have those steering problems. It's steering, like, it was, at the last second there, it's like, see, it's like kind of going nuts. I need to fix the steering. So that's me trying to upset it as much as I can. So the steering controller is supposed to be smoothing that out and give it gyroscopic stability like it would have in real life, so I need to fix that. You know, the other thing with Tarkov is incredibly RAM dependent. I have like 32 gigs of RAM. Tarkov is running terrible before I got 32 gigs of RAM in there, and now I put 32 gigs in it, runs great, you know. Stuff like that is, let's see, where is it? Steering port. Find the steering controller here. Where are you there, guy? Steering controller, all right. So 7.5 is probably way too high on this. So let's tune this in. So 7.5, let's go down to 6 point, we'll do 6. Let's give that a run. So this is, I think, my main issue with hitting that thing there was it was over-controlling because 7.5 is too big of a number. When I went to steer left, it steered me right into the bollard because it oversteered. Now it's less sports car-y. The wheels don't flick-flack. So let's give this a run, make sure this is feeling better. Yeah, like people used to put Tarkov on, you know, old disk hard drives and stuff, and didn't put it on SSDs. So, like, see, this steers much better now. So changing that one number, you know, fixed the steering. So, like, before, that's why I hit that barricade, was this thing steered hard, like, you know, it was a, you know, it just went hard lock on me. Now you can see I can fishtail, and it's not going crazy like it was. Steering like a tow truck now. A tow truck, big and heavy. You know, it's steering nicely now. So that was just an issue with the p-value on that steering controller. You know, and if I want, let's say I want a little bit of faster steering on this, which I really don't. I want this to feel like a tow truck. But if I wanted faster steering on this, and I don't want it to overreact, I go up here on my AD, and I'll go up to, let's go to 15. So I'll leave the p-value at 6, go to 15. And this will give me a little bit faster of a rate, because what 7.5 on this particular build was too much, and it was oversteering, and the oversteer was causing me to hit stuff. So that's, see, like I could steer faster now, but it's not over-correcting, because that's what was happening, was it was over-correcting on me, and you lose control. Now you see I can fishtail, and it never loses control. It acts nice and stable, so. Yeah, I can do a nice drift if I wanted. So, steering controller is nice at doing this. So, much better control now. So. That's one thing that kind of bugs people. Or let's put it this way. Some people in the game, again, who don't have no interest in building or engineering, they'll get bugged that they have to tweak things. And it's like do you think that they build a pickup truck the same as they build a car? No, they're different. They have different weight and balances. A pickup truck is very front biased on weight. It's taller. Center of gravity is usually higher. So they have to build certain things differently than they would on a low sedan that has a 50-50 weight balance, you know? So it's the same type of thing, you know? And you know, and that's kind of the point, is you have to build your vehicle to, you know, to its specifications. That's why, like, in my tutorials, I put a lot of options. Like, if we look at the modular engine tutorial right here, if we look at it here, like, these are all your tune-ins here. You can tune a bunch of stuff. Your engine idle, your max RPS, your P-value on your engine. You can do the starter cutout, the clutch engagement. These are the two that people generally need to tune the most with my microcontrollers, are the clutch 0. That's when it does the stall restart. If you increase this number, it won't do the stall restart, you know, and depending upon how much torque you have, how fast your braking force is, you need to change that. You know, if you have a lot of torque, you have a big truck engine, you're probably not going to stall out. If you have a tiny little one-cylinder 1x1, you're probably going to need to increase this number. Whereas a clutch engagement, if you have a really, really tiny engine, you want to increase your clutch engagement just like you would in real life, right? A small vehicle, you have to rev way up to get any power. A big vehicle with a big hulking engine, you don't need to rev very high. Like when I drive a tractor trailer, you don't rev up necessarily when you go off from a stoplight. You just lift your foot off the clutch and it starts going because it has so much torque just at idle, it's enough to move the whole tractor. In a car, you often have to rev up, and sometimes quite high, to go at a stoplight. And so these numbers are all in here, and people get confused by them, but this is how you make it work for each particular vehicle. And you kind of have to do that in this game. Yeah, oversteer under. That's what it's doing. Is essentially the p value is oversteer. P value is oversteering it when it was too high. When the p value goes too low, it's understeer. And that's like when I was building the race car. If I was getting an oversteer understeer situation, I could doctor that with the p value and then the sensitivity, and that's what it is. You know, so it's way oversteering, especially for like, you know, that would be a heavy pickup truck. It might be 6,000 pounds, that pickup truck, probably at least. And you know, you have a 6,000 pound pickup truck, it's not going to oversteer like crazy like that. So that's why I hit the bollard. It was like I went to go a right turn and it just zipped right to the right and slammed right in the bollard. Where now you notice by changing that p value by 0.15, you know, I can put the truck right where I want. I fished, like I showed you, that was the fishtail coming back from the hospital. It was all over the place. And then change that one number, and now it's nice and refined, and then increase the seat sensitivity. Now I can change direction quicker, but it never oversteers. You know, that's what it's all about. Yep, you know, it's like some of that stuff, it's, yeah, the nice thing is you can build whatever you want, and it's like, you know, the people who want some stuff that's unrealistic can have it, and the people who want realism can have it, and that's what I love about it, you know, and that's part of the balancing pass is like, you know, I would really love ultra realism in this game, but I know a lot of people don't, and I'm not selfish, you know, so I realize that, you know what, a lot of people don't want that. That would ruin the game for a lot of people, and I'd rather more people enjoy the game than me to get exactly what I want, you know, and it's healthier for the game that, you know, I don't think the game should give up what it is, but it should also, you know, should be approachable to more people. And so it's like, I understand why some people are upset with the pressure update because they don't understand it, and it frustrates them that they can't easily build something that they used to be able to easily build. But the answer is, you got to learn. You got to just take the time and learn. A red tent has an emergency. Interesting. Fires, 2 casualties to the hospital. Okay, a red tent has an emergency. How about there is an emergency at a red tent? A red tent. Like the tent itself is having an emergency. I think the people set the friggin' tent on fire is what I'm thinking. If I were to guess, I would say that the people set the tent on fire. How many am I rescuing here? 2? Okay. That informs what I have to bring with me. So we're going to bring something here. We'll bring the race car. We'll bring the hot hatch. Big man's hot hatch car. Oh, I just clicked the wrong button again. Oh, this one was having a problem. I remember some of this had a problem. Can't remember what the... Oh, you know what it is? The pumps are not working right. Somebody said that the engine-driven pumps are not working right now. I bet you that's what it is. Let's see. Yeah, the engine-driven pumps are not working correctly right now, I think somebody said. So let's try this. This one might have the same issue. I gotta try to remember what doesn't have that engine-driven pump on it. Yep, same deal. So anything with the engine-driven pump running the air, I think, is going to have a problem. So like this is running engine-driven pump to the air, I believe, and so that's going to have an issue. So I got to find something that doesn't have that issue. I think this one doesn't have that issue. Yep, this one doesn't have that issue. Yeah, again, that's again, I would put in that category, you know, it's something you can freak out about or something you can just say, yep, game's not working that way right now. I'll just take another vehicle. And I get it's frustrating, but it's like, you can either choose to enjoy your game time or you can choose to be pissed off all the time. And some people are choosing to be pissed off all the time. And I choose to have fun. So we're going to take this vehicle instead. Not the one that I initially wanted to take, but Really doesn't pick my pocket to just take a different vehicle. At some point, we'll go through the current bug reports. I like to look at them every once in a while, see what's going on, what people have, if I can help improve some of them. Because, like, somebody will report a legitimate bug, and then they will not put any information. And so they might put, like, for example, they might even support the bug that I just saw was the train signals are floating in the air. There might be train signals are floating in the air. Okay, well, not all of them, right? We saw a bunch that were in perfect position. That is a useless post as far as I'm concerned. You know, so I can add to that post and I can put some screenshots as like, here, this is the coordinates for where the, oh, there's the blue boat that needs towing. Here's the tent. The red tent that's having an emergency. We got to check for bears. Keep in mind that there can be bears. I've had these missions before with a bear there, so you gotta keep a little bit of an eye out for that. 5 is the trunk. I hear a dog barking. All right, let's... Look, see all those empty beer bottles? They were drinking and set their tent on fire. Let's see. Reser. Howdy. Should have brought meds with me. What is that? Oh, Roadrunner. Okay. I was like, what the hell is that thing? I know a bunch of people were unreasonably pissed off about all the animal updates, but it does add some life to the world, man. It really does. How about you? I thought I healed you up, but I guess I was clicking on you, but I was too far away. I should have just had them follow me, but whatever. I don't mind running back and forth. You sit in the back seat there, son. Drinking and setting your tent on fire. You're sitting in the back. I don't want you up front. Yeah, let's get you back in the back, too. 2 drunkards are sitting in the back. Yeah, touching on controls. Yeah. Stow that. We'll keep one on me. Good to have one on me. Did I shut this off? I did. Okay. Get him there. Let's get him there quickly. Not crash. Started building an ambulance at one point. I think I'll build a new one. I don't really care for the ambulance I built. I built it off that tow truck chassis. Probably build a fresh one at some point. I'm just reading some chat here as I'm trying to drive here. Try not to hit anything. Yep. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. 50. It's there's a lot to enjoy here, and it's sometimes you gotta just sit back and enjoy what you have, and it's like, people get all stressed out the Stormworks isn't what it could be, and it's like, no, that's your imagination. You're imagining how you would like the game to be. And at the end of the day, it is not our game, it's the devs' game. And this is the game they chose to make. And you either like it or you don't, play or don't, but, you can either enjoy what's there or you can not, and so it's a choice. There are things that I don't like, but you gotta, at the end of the day, you kinda gotta choose, am I gonna have fun today or not? And, some people just choose they want to be a grouch today, and that's not helpful either, So it's definitely, there's a lot of fun to be had here. Oh, shit, we're gonna crash. It's the too many people again. The people are clipping into stuff. So this hospital is having problems. Let's bring up the bug report. I gotta reboot it. That's the second time this has happened because this base. So I did put in the bug report. We'll boot it. Let's go back to our last save. Go ahead and I'll bring up the bug reports. Fortunately, I didn't save recently. So, I saved recently enough. I can always give myself a little bit of extra money if for the work I did. Not the end of the world. Let's bring up the bug reports here, and I will look at... see if they've responded to any of mine. That's the other thing, too, is you'll see is they'll respond to you asking for more data, and a lot of people will never look again. And that's a problem because they're looking for more info, and if you don't ever give them more info... So I like to check my bug reports pretty often. That way, if they need more info, I can hopefully give it to them. Because, you know, at the end of the day, I want the bug fixed. I'm not just going on there to bitch and complain. I'm trying to actually get it fixed. So, like, let's look at my issues here. Right here. This is the one that just caused the crash here. So, yeah. So, this one's in. Doesn't look like it's been addressed yet. Doesn't surprise me. They're having some bigger fish to fry at the moment. So, let me see. AIM spinning. What? That's not even English. AI am spinning, and is annoying as hell. Whenever AI are reopen a world, I have 20. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Pivot dislocation. I'll try it on high physics. Infinite autosave, delete vehicle crash, any filter. Any filter allowing any fluids gas through. It's interesting. I haven't seen that one where it's letting some air and liquid through opposites. Plane keeps disappearing. Don't know what that means. Interesting. I think that is that going too far from the parent. I don't. That's not a really great one. That one. That's rude. Monitor broken. All my monitors have been working, so I don't know what that's about. Gyro bug in fast speeds. Gyro doesn't work if you go too fast because all my fins start moving uncontrollably. Yes, gyro works fine. You're trying to get it to do too much. Your plane likely is not balanced. Because all my planes will go 300 knots with the stock gyro and have no problems. So it's likely how you built your plane. Which I have made tutorials to show you how to build a plane properly. What is this one? Oh, implemented issues. That's like a good... somebody puts up good bug reports. Issue with liquid meter, player control. I'm just trying to see if there's anything interesting that I have not seen. Module engine sounds. Tutorial. Okay. Don't use the tutorial boat. Tutorial boat is very old at this point. Alright, just kind of want to check those out. See what was going on with the old bug reports. You read some of this chat here. Yep, diesel electric works pretty well. You know, a lot of that system still works fine. You know, that's one thing is like on my latest Steam tutorials, I did it all with a generator. So it's like the piston. Somebody was like, "Oh, your pistons need, you know, you do need piston time." I'm like, "Yeah, I know," but the point is, it's not. You know, I'm not doing a direct drive propeller. I'm doing a generator. You know, so diesel electric works quite well, especially with steam because you know you get a lot of torque off steam. Yep. Yeah, like Zacky's talking, you know, that can certainly be annoying for a new player, and that's what you know you get. But you know, certainly, and it's that's one reason I pump out tutorials is so that people can, you know, if they're having issues, they can try to fix them. let's see. What was that little Jeep? The Jeep? There it is. Mini Jeep. Is this the one? All right, let's quickly look at this. This one wasn't working. So somebody was saying that these pumps here are problematic at the moment. And so let's see where we're at here. So we have turbo there. Air's coming in there. Okay, likely, I'm thinking this is actually a scoop problem. So let's try something. So let's try, I'm going to just kill the music real quick. Let's try starting this. All right, yeah, that's not working. Let's go ahead and put an air filter on here. And that's it. So that was a scoop problem. Parking brake probably should come off too. What's that, 5? Yep, so that is a scoop problem. So, like, you know, I was talking about how you have to tune in those microcontrollers too for my tutorials, and it's like this vehicle has a very small engine. Because it has a very small engine, it has to rev up high, and so the clutch has to come in late. So it's kind of like I was talking about. You know, you have a tractor trailer. Often you just have to lift your foot off the clutch and you will go. You don't need to give it a bunch of power to go. You might have a tiny little car like a Ford Fiesta and you need to rev it way up to leave at the stoplight because the engine's not very powerful. There's not a lot of torque there. So in order to make the power, you need to rev up the engine. And so that's essentially what those little tweaks are on the microcontroller is if you change the clutch cut-in, you want to rev the engine up higher for the clutch cut-in. Like, we've got a good example build of that. Was the other cart that I used. Like this cart here. We look at this cart's microcontroller. Where are we at here? SPS Max 20. This one I had to break all up because of where a lot of microcontrollers. Let's see, what's this one? Ship point up, ship point down. So like this one keeps a really high idle because it needs it and has a very slow clutch. So where's clutch? This one's looking funky right now. I don't know what's up with this one. But for example, this one had to rev way up because it has a small motor. And it has to rev because it doesn't make any power unless it really revs the engine out. You know, so stuff like that is... so you need to tweak things. So like with this game being an engineering game, you really do need to understand some concepts to build. You know, it's not... Most of those building games, they fake it. You know, you put an engine on the car and it just works. And that's why they all feel the same. This one, a truck should have different settings than a car, should have different settings than a big engine car, should have different settings than a little engine car. And that's what I like about the game is you actually kind of have to build, you know. When I moved to Cali from, was that Nebraska or New England, I saw a bird jump like 6 feet in the air and then ran away at like 20 miles an hour. I was dumbfounded, realized later, yeah, Roadrunner. I've seen a couple in real life, yeah. Mimi. A trophy truck would be cool, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's funny. You know, you look at, especially every update, you read, you get the negative Nancy's in there. You get some negative Nancy's in discussion. You go to Reddit, you'll get some negative Nancy's. But then, again, go to the store page, you know, stop doing that. You know, the game is very positive. Recent reviews and all reviews are very positive. And, of course, the people are having a negative time think everybody thinks like they do. And... You know, they assume that everyone else is having the same problems they are. They assume that people like the same things they do, and that's not true. You know, some people have come into this game with a misconception of what this game is. You know, some people have come into this game thinking that it is, you know, it's just another, you know, I've never played Trailmakers, but... You know, so I don't know much about it, but like, look at it, something like, I hate how it auto plays it. So I have to worry about it then copyrighting the fucking song. But it's like some of this stuff, it's like it's very basic. And you know, I've never played this, but people have told me it's just like this: is you put engine on vehicle, yay, engine vehicle work. And some people are like, oh, make it more like Trailmakers. Well, go play Trailmakers, man, because like this cockpit I hate. I want to put every gauge where I want it, and that's what Stormworks gives us. There was somebody complaining in the last update last Friday that, oh, I shouldn't have to make a microcontroller for everything. That's the point of this game. This game's job is for you to be the engineer who programs the engine. That's your job. And if you don't like that, that's fine. There are hundreds of games out there that have this simplistic type of building model. There is one game that has you really, you have to do air-fuel ratios, you have to do your own clutch, you have to do all this stuff yourself, you have to make your own transmission. This is the one game that does that. All those other games, you know, all those other games are simple mode. This is the one game that is different. So instead of trying to change this game, if you don't enjoy that type of gameplay, go play one of the other ones. It was like Space Engineers. I used to play Space Engineers. You know, how many hours do I have? I'll have to see if it shows me how many hours I have, but I'll look it up. But like Space Engineers is good. I like Space Engineers, but I would never go back to Space Engineers because I don't like the building. I don't like taking a battery, putting it on the build, and yay, electricity's in. I want to go in and I want to make my systems however I want. I don't want to have to, you know, I don't want to just have a stock cockpit. I want to make my cockpit. I want to have small block sizes where I can make all the systems the way I want them. You know, I don't really like the aesthetics of Space Engineer with these huge cubes. You know, it doesn't interest me. And so, like, if people want that simpler game, there are games out there for them. You know, instead of trying to craft the game to be how, you know, to be different, you got to kind of go play a game that, you know, is made to be like you want it, frankly, you know? You know, it's like the great part about this game is that, let's try to find a build. I will grab this one. Like, I put every instrument in this cockpit where I wanted it. Can't do that in those games. You get a cockpit. And for me, I really enjoy a realistic flight experience. I want the plane to feel exactly how I want it to feel because I was a real-life pilot. You know, and so because of that, I want it to feel a certain way, and I can have that. And if you want it to be a cartoony feeling airplane from, you know, any of those cartoony games, you can have that too, and that's the fantastic thing. You want to have your plane operate really cartoony? You can have it. You want to have it be really realistic? You can have it. You want to be, you want to have an airship in game? You can have it. You want to have this and that, and that's what's fantastic about this game, and it's why I get frustrated when people like try to take the core of what this game is away instead of saying, hey, you bought a game that you didn't understand. You know, you didn't figure out what this game was before you bought it, and now you're trying to change it instead of going and finding that game you're still looking for. You know, I've done that plenty of times. You know, bought a game, and it just wasn't the game for me. I did that with Starfield. I bought Starfield. I returned it twice in the first 2 hours because it wasn't the game for me. I didn't enjoy it. And so, you know what? I didn't go on the Starfield forums and I did a review. And my review was essentially, you know what? This isn't the game for me. These are the things I like about it. These are the things I don't. It's just not the game for me. You know? And that's kind of, I wish more people kind of understand that. All right, blue pickup. Let's go ahead and let's go see if we should be full of jet fuel. We've been farting around here, so I think we're full of jet fuel at this point. Let's go see. You know, and a lot of people who are calling for the game to be rolled back and this and all this other bullshit, frankly, they're not understanding the potential of what could come to this game if they would just be a little bit patient. For example, hydraulics, pneumatics, all those things could come to this game. We could get turbos again. We could get all sorts of really cool hydraulic systems that you actually have to program yourself. And that comes from this pressure update, you know. But you got to have some patience. You got to take the time to like listen to a couple tutorials. I've been keeping them, you know, pretty concise lately. And you know, you can you know, if something's not working, you know, look for a tutorial. There's a bunch of us that have been putting out tutorials so that people can keep playing and enjoying it, you know. Let's go ahead and I'm going to fly over there. Do a little bit of off-field. What the hell is this doing now? Check fuel. Where's fuel gauges? What is this doing? We had an issue the other day that was... Yeah, like... Oh, you know what it is? Is the scoops again. Anytime the wind is too high, I think coming from the rear, the scoops are not working. So there's an issue with scoops. 100%. So, real simple fix. Shut your wind off. You know? Again, I choose to have fun with the game. So instead of getting all pissed off that the scoops aren't working right, I just go ahead and I turn the wind off when I need to use a scoop. Watch them gear come up. So like right now, that's exactly what happened in real life. You notice that I started to go 90 degrees to my left and my nose started going down. That's what would happen in real life. And so what do? You roll your wings level. You don't pull harder up. You've got to roll your wings level. And it's kind of counterintuitive. We used to have to teach this to our students was, you know, instinctually you just pull up. So you get too far and you pull up and what's it do? Puts you right into the ground. See, I'm pulling up. It's just putting me more on the ground. You've got to roll out and then you pull. And it's tough because you see the ground coming up. You have to take the time, roll out, and then pull. And I love it when people keep saying, oh, Stormworks so unrealistic. I do exactly what I do in real life. Up, up, that's death. Okay, we'll roll, and then we'll pull. And guess what? It works exactly how it works in real life. You know, so I do laugh when I see people like the aerodynamics suck so bad. It's like, you know, it's not that bad. It's pretty damn good, actually. You know, I do exactly what I would do in real life as a professional pilot, and it works. All right, so let's see. We're up in this area again here, so anywhere in here, any of these roads, we're just going to look for it as we go over. I was trying to see if it's cheeking in the same spot. Could be between that pass, so we're just going to see that. We're going to go over the top. Alright, so I've overbanked it. That would happen in a cargo plane. Just roll your wings out. They don't need to go all the way out, but I rolled out a little bit, get a little more lift. You're trading your lift vector. You're giving some of your lift vector to the turn. And when you've gone too far, you don't have enough lift vector to be able to actually keep the plane in the air anymore, and you start to lose altitude. And if you pull on it, all you're going to be doing is you're going to tighten your turn, and you're going to go right into the ground. And so very realistic to real life. The ability to ride horses would be cool. I would love them to add a farming update. I'm really excited about the 4 majors. You know, the 4 major updates, I think it'd be cool. You know, I'm cool with more DLCs, but they said they're not going to do another DLC this coming year. But, you know, I kind of look at it. I look at how much money is a DLC. $10. Okay. Is $10 a lot of money? No. They usually come out discounted when they put out a DLC because it's in the October sale. So it's like $7 or $8. It's like, really, you're gonna get all that frustrated over $7 or $8? You know, it's hard to get lunch for $7 or $8. And right, so let's see. I haven't seen it yet. If we get close, we'll get the prompt. But I haven't seen any other rail signals that are screwy. You know, this isn't a fighter jet either. This is a cargo plane. It's designed to be like a cargo plane. We gotta keep that in mind. Like right now, I have overrolled. So I'm rolling out, now pulling again. So you do this all the time as a real life pilot. You know, you realize, oh, I've given too much lift vector to my turn. I don't have enough to maintain altitude. I need to trade some off. Checking temps here. We're getting hot, so I'm gonna pull the thrust or the prop back. Also, the whole point of searching is to actually look. So going real fast during a search is not really wise. all you're doing is letting all the area you're supposed to be looking at pass by quicker than you can actually look at it. So just looking where it is. So it could be as far. Okay, so it's somewhere. It's in here. So we got to go back. No point in going over to that other island. I got to watch my temps here. We're slowly creeping up. Bring my prop all the way back. That'll help cool us off. Drop the RPMs of the engine. We're down pretty low on the RPMs here. What did it say? Pickup? Blue pickup. All right. So it could be this edge here and then all the way up here. So it's coming up to right about here where we're at right now. So right about there on. Checking my temps again. We're getting hot here, so I gotta try to get this engine cooled off. I might just shut it off. Like I said, a lot of this stuff's broken. So if it's a game problem, I'm just gonna shut it off and not worry about it. Alright, we're getting too slow, so I gotta shut overheating off for now. I have yet to finish this plane, or finish working on the overheating situation on this plane, so I gotta work on it. Could be off the bridge over here that actually comes into the island. I'm just keeping an eye over here as well. Lot more efficient to search from the air with this stuff. Could be as far as right here at the junction. So we gotta look at the junction. Alright, so we'll take a little bit more of a methodical look here. So I'll follow the roads, and we'll just go road by road. Generally, it's on the roads. Alright, so we're coming up on this here, so we'll head down to about off the island. So where the island is, if I can see it, it's right there, I think. So we can go down to about right there, see the island. That island cuts across here, so there's no point in searching any further southeast than this. So we'll start turning on this road here. That's the that's one limit of where the search area is. Blue pickup. Can I just see it? No. Just part of the wall there. Alright, coming along here, so we're going to hit this boundary of it right here. So I don't see it at all here. We're going to turn. See if we would overheat. Yeah, we would have overheated, so I got to work on that system. Sometimes I think I've seen fires in here in the storage facility, but I don't see it right now. Blue pickup. I should be able to see the blue. Coming into the nuke plant. It's pretty much just after the cooling towers here and not into the main facility. So we'll cut in past the cooling towers by the main facility. Right there it is right there. Right there. Okay. So I'm going to just survey the ground so I know where I want to land. I'm looking at the terrain. Alright. Kind of got a landing spot that I like. Alright, go ahead and start bringing that prop back in. Gonna get a little altitude to set up. We're gonna go gear down. Flaps are coming in. As I'm adding thrust with the props, the flaps are gonna give me drag. The prop is gonna give me thrust. So I'm doing them at the same time so that I don't have to bother counteracting each of them each time. Power's coming back in. We're going to land right here, going towards the truck. So I've kind of my final approach course set in. I'm going to start to trim. Now I need to trim the nose down because the flaps came in, increased lift. Watch that, we're getting slow. Yeah, again, I keep seeing all these people who don't know much about aviation talking about how bad the aerodynamics is on this, and it's like things that, right there, I didn't even have to look at my airspeed. I could feel by the way the airplane felt that it felt like I was getting slow. And what did I do? Looked at my airspeed gauge, and we were getting slow. So it's game's not perfect with it, but it's pretty damn good for what it is, you know. All right, here we go. Coming in our final. A little bit fast is fine. I'm going to start to chop it in a second here. Good final approach. So that's the landing area I surveyed when I came in the first run. I was watching that area. Make sure we had a good, flat, consistent ground. And we need to march. We're gonna lose some of the definition of the land as we touch down, so I'm gonna keep an eye on that. I don't think I have a fire extinguisher in here, which I need to go get one. So I'll just no-clip and get one. That's something I need to add in here. The new vehicle, I didn't put all the tools in. Oh, no, it's just a rescue. I don't need it. I'm not going out there because I'll walk right in the propeller. Did I shut the props down? No. All right, there we go. Yeah, so much of flying is they call it seat of your pants flying. And so, like, you'll feel the plane start to drop out from under you, and you'll know that you need a little bit of power. And so much of it is pilots, like, feeling the plane, and it becomes an extension of you. It's like when you become a professional at operating a machine, it feels like an extension of you. You see this with, like, excavator operators. They can pick up an egg with their bucket, you know. We could put the airplane wherever we wanted it. We could anticipate the wind. Like, you'll see out of the corner of your eye the grass getting blown a different way. You know the gust is coming from your right, you know. If you ever watch, like, a picture of pilots landing in really gusty conditions, you'll see the yoke is constantly moving. You know, they're constantly making adjustments to the wind. I thought you had blue face, but it was just your entire outfit's blue. Do a little pirouette there. You the Nutcracker suite there, son. There you go. Come on there, guy. You can't make hydrogen-filled airships, but they do it with glitches. You know, you can do negative mass with rocket fuel, and you can do things like wheels pressing into blocks will cause a hovering effect. It would be nice if they added. The problem is it's you know, the hydrogen, it's the density that's causing it to the density and the displacement is what's causing it to be pushed up in the air column. Is because it's less dense, the air is trying to come in and squeeze. So it's like squeezing a really you know, a slippery. If you took a cue ball and you greased up a cue ball and you pushed on it with your fingers, it would go shooting out of your hand. It's the same thing with a hydrogen airship. Is the hydrogen is less dense, and then the air is heavier, so it's trying to replace the hydrogen, and it's pushing it up essentially because it's like squeezing the cue ball. It's pushing on it, and pushes it up, displaces it. Right. Can you stay in here and not act the fool? I do have a rescue. I meant to put in the rescue pallet. I have a rescue pallet that is kind of cool. This guy we might lose, but I do have a rescue pallet, and the rescue pallet it slides in here so they can sit, and it has all sorts of repair equipment. But I did not actively put that in. All right, let's get. All right, we're gonna do a static takeoff, so we rev up first. So we get our engines to full thrust, and then we remove the brake. Gears coming up, flaps are coming up. I don't know if this guy in the back's gonna fall out. Hopefully not. I do not want to go to St. Alexander because it crashed last time because it is full of people. So we're going to head over here to this one. We'll just dead reckon over there. We might lose Johnny in the back, but we didn't really care for Johnny anyway. You know, again, people are used to flying airplanes in games, in arcade games, and so, like, this, again, watch, I do it, look at the nose go down. That's perfectly 100% natural. That's what would happen. Right, you're trading off too much of your lift vector, so that's why an airplane like this That would be your max bank angle, is about that. That's your max bank angle. This is your max legal bank angle, is 60 degrees. You go past 60 degrees, it counts as acrobatics, and you need an acrobatically rated airplane for that. It's illegal to go past 60 degrees, in a plane that is not rated for acrobatics. And so, you got people who've only ever played cartoony, arcadey games, and they expect that, oh, why is my C5 Galaxy not able to go past 60 degrees of bank? This is not realistic. They obviously don't know, what realistic is, which is fine, but, you kind of got to keep these things in mind. So for me, the aerodynamic system works fine. I have no problem with it. Start bringing the prop back. There's a lot to this. That's why, you can't just be a professional pilot in a couple days or a professional truck driver. Why it takes decades for people to get really good at these things, Arecibo. I think the hospital's right there. Just looking for it now. Yep, there it is. Okay, I see it. It's funny. I actually get my ass kicked when we do there's a couple times where I've tried dog fighting people in Stormworks, and I get my ass kicked. And one of the reasons is I naturally start to let off of the back pressure when I would stall, because I'm expecting to stall, and so I naturally do that. Well, somebody who's never flown a plane before, never stalled a plane before, doesn't have that muscle memory that tells them, nope, 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 you're getting close to stall, let off a little bit. And so they keep doing these unrealistic turns, which is, and so I get my ass kicked because I'm flying it like it's a real plane, All right, a little bit of nose down trim because of the flaps. That's what a lot of the gyros that people keep recommending on the workshop are doing, is they are flying for you. They are automatically doing your trim. And that's why a lot of those people like them, is they don't realize, in real life, you're constantly having to trim. Every pitch, power, or configuration change, you are trimming. You will sink. Like, I'm getting slow. I could feel my sink rate increasing. So, added a little bit of power, and that's going to balloon you. So you have to expect you're going to go up a little bit. You got to pitch down as you're adding power. Power, power, power. Right there, a little bit of too much sink. I'll go around because I had to add power, so we'll treat it like a real landing. In that situation, if I had a bounce like that, we would power up and go around. Come around for another one. Yeah, I've got the wind to 0 because of that scoop issue. I might see if I can supercharge this plane just so I can fix that scoop issue. Like you saw with the truck, that was the little Jeep, that was also an issue. Was the scoop was making it so that it wasn't starting, and I think it was just the wind was blowing opposite direction, so it was counting it as no air essentially. So it's like you're air starved. So I'm already adding a little bit of power. If I get slower than 80, I start getting a big sink rate. So we're gonna come in. And we land on the right wheel, brake, 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 brake. There we go. We get some good braking effectiveness there. Parking brake, flaps are coming for takeoff. We'll go ahead and we will shut the engines down. Avionics come off. And master power's coming off. Grab this Johnny really quickly here. I don't have any health kit, so I'm not going to worry about them too much. Getting full health, I just want to get them in there because I don't want them unconscious. I definitely don't have a defibrillator. Come on, dickhead. So we'll see if the people despawn here. I know some of the other hospitals, they have been despawning fine. So hopefully it's just an issue with St. Alexander. If there is more issue, I'll add that to my bug report. That get some more that the people aren't despawning. Yeah, the Ace Combat comment's good. There we go. All right, good. That was kind of fun using the plane to search for them. At the end of the day, too, I want my stuff to be I want my stuff to be profitable, you know, so a big part of that's just having, you know, good fuel economy. Like, if we go ahead and look at this, let's see how much fuel we burned in that mission. So we burned, where is it? Right here. So fuel, I don't know what the start was. I forget what it is. I think it's 128 gallons. I think, yeah, it's 128. So we're talking, you know, we didn't burn a hell of a lot there. We burned 17 gallons aside. So what's that? I forget what the gallons is. 375. So 20, what was it? 27? What did I say? 27? 17 times, 17 times 2. So 34. Let's see. Times 3.785. So we're talking 128 liters. So that's 128 bucks about so far we spent in fuel, and we just got a few thousand for that. So, yep, it's profitable. You know, it doesn't need to be wildly profitable. I just want it to be profitable. All right, let's head back. Yeah, actual having buckets would be cool for thrust reverse. So we're not going to bother doing a static takeoff on this one. We have a nice gap between those mountains. Alright, so a couple things that need to be fixed on this vehicle is the scoops. So if I can get superchargers in here, great. We'll see if I can get them in here. It's iffy, but we'll see if I can get the superchargers in here because the scoops are currently not working great. And I'll get more power out of this, which I'll just try to down, you know, I'll end up down RPM in this, decrease the RPM. That way, see if we get the heat, the cooling under control. You see we're at 166 degrees, so, you know, we're having cooling issues. Somebody was saying that the engine-driven pumps are currently not moving any flow at all. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I haven't really tested it, so we'll take a look. This also has flapper-ons. Flapper-ons can be a pain because, like, if you have flaps doing the same job, and ailerons, you know, that flapper-on's a flap aileron. The issue is you're losing some of your aileron to the flap, and you're losing some of your flap to the aileron. And so the issue being then is, if you don't have enough control surface, you get real wallowy. So as you slow down, your control surfaces are less effective. Your aileron doesn't work as well when you have less airflow, slower speed. And so what will happen is the airplane will behave differently. It will take longer to respond, and it'll be really almost squishy feeling. And you'll also get people like, oh, my plane, when I slow down, my plane doesn't feel right. It's like, that's what aerodynamics is, dude, that you don't know, you know. And you don't know what you don't know, and that's kind of like, you know, when sometimes you see people saying that, oh, this isn't right. It's like, it feels pretty good to me. I got a lot of experience. You know, there certainly are some things that are a little bit different, but you know, the benefit is you can add fins different places to make it act more realistically. You know, you can do a bunch of stuff like I've done. I've showed a bunch of times that the flaps don't give you as much drag as they should. So your deck angle can be screwed up where it's actually like your nose is too far down because it's picking the ass of the plane up. And so what I do is I put in some fins in the wing that will actually go opposite to the flap, and that increases the drag and it counteracts some of the lift. And now you get a much more realistic feel, and it works a lot better. And you know, so you know, and that's the benefit of being able to add fins to stuff, like adding fins to boats for stabilization systems, adding it to airplanes for stabilization, and to make it fly exactly how it should or you want it to. There you go. Gave it a little kiss of power there at the end. So I had a little bit of a sink rate issue there, sinking too fast. Just give it a little power, fix the sink rate issue. Exactly what would happen in real life. You know, when we come in an airliner, for example, we don't do a lot of pitching. We maintain the correct pitch angle for our approach. We use power to control our descent. So if we're descending a little bit too fast, we add a little bit of power. We pitch for speed, and so if we pitch for speed, and we use our thrust for ascent descent rates. Yeah, it's a little bit different than if you're doing like a private pilot's license. You would, you don't do it precisely that way. You do it a little bit differently. Yeah, and that's one big lesson from flying is, every airplane is unique. You don't say, oh well, in the 747 we used to do this. It doesn't matter. You're not flying. If you're not flying the 747, you don't fly it like you did the 747. You fly the 7.5 like the 7.5 needs to be flown. You fly the 7.4 like the 7.4 needs to be flown. That's why, for example, when you're in the airlines, you're type rated on one aircraft. Now, you could be type rated on multiple aircraft, but you're only qualified for one at the time. So, like, say you're on the 737 and you bid to the 7.5. Well, they can't just be like, hey, we need you to fly the 7.3 today. Nope, you're on the 7.5, you're on the 7.5 until you bid off of it. And the whole reason is you don't want to get into problems where you don't fly the plane like it needs to be flown. So, very specific on that. Like, for example, you can have a single type rating that encompasses a couple planes if they're close enough. That was one of the issues with the 737 MAX, is the planes are actually really different, and they were trying to put them all in one type rating to save money. Like for us, we had the Embraer 135, 140, and 145. We could fly all of those on one type rating, but like I couldn't go fly the CRJ-6. We didn't have a 6. Do we have a 6? I think we had 7. I can't remember what we had. But like I couldn't go fly the CRJ. I wasn't typed on the CRJ, So this is working. This is a cool plane. It's working well. Let me check in the systems here. I want to see what cooling's doing. I had to put these 3x3s in there. They have regular pumps. Look at that, baby. I accidentally deleted the coolant manifold. That's why we're having problems there. This one here deleted the coolant manifold. This one here is good. So I need to fix that. The relay is killed the coolant manifold on that one side. So I got to do that. I fix that up. That would explain part of the issue. Let's fix that. I'm gonna put this relay in the friggin' front gear well. Been a pain in the ass ever since I put it in. Let's fix it. Put it right here. Okay. There we go. Alright, that is now found a new home, and I can fix this. Let's grab this stuff here. Oh, come on. Didn't even mean to do that. I meant to click this. Click the wrong button. That all fits correctly. Yep, we have no issues there. Alright, good. That will fit. What is this in the way of? Okay, that's all good. Alright, good. Merge that up. Okay, that is all set there. And I gotta fix the one on the other side that is bonked up. Okay, that's fixed, so that should fix some of the coolant. Let's see what's up with this. I want to make sure these pumps are set because I thought we were doing all right in temp, but I guess we're not at the moment. So this is going to the starter. That's there, that's there, that's there. Okay. Starter on that. Okay, so let's see, make sure they're triggered correctly. Radiators, yep, those are triggered, all right. So we'll see what's up with these. All right, so now let's save that. All right, scoops are a problem here, so I really didn't want to supercharge this engine, but we'll see what we have to do here. Yeah, I don't want to supercharge it at least right now. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna just put a filter on there for now. I'll kind of fix that issue for the moment. I didn't have symmetry on, so I'm gonna delete this one too. The scoops are having a problem with the wind. Alright, good. Good. Alright, let's read some chat. Yeah, NOS would be interesting. Oh, are you? There, 50, that's good. Alright, let's see. What do I want to do? Let's see what we have for missions. Let's save. I haven't saved in a while. That keeps screwing me because if we have a crash because of that. Hospital over there. Yeah. Wonder if there's a way. I wish there was a command to clear all the people. Let's see what I want to do. Let's get a new mission. Actually, let's check on our oil progress. We are currently trying to get this jet fuel back, so keep checking on this, see where it is on filling. Trying to get this whole facility emptied. I have the new one, and I want to put that in. Good, we're full. All right. There we go. So I just use the truck as a generator here, so have the truck revved up while I'm doing it. Let's see. Yep, so you see the truck was just running the whole time. Need to edit a couple things in this truck. Mostly just the max RPS on this. This should be screaming a little bit. It has no cooling issues, so... You know, this only has a 4-cylinder 1x1 in it, so it is a real small motor, so it needs to rev up to get any power. So, but, you know, this has a 4-cylinder 1x1. It just took on, what was that, 13,000 liters of jet fuel. And it has no problem hauling it. And that's because it has a proper transmission. You know, you see a lot of people are trying to brute force it. They're, like, I saw some comments on, I think it was Official or on Reddit talking about, oh, just put a 3x3 in your truck. It's like, oh my God, that's enormous. They were going to put a 2-cylinder 3x3 in their semi. That's absolutely enormous. You know, I'll run like 20 cylinders in some of my semis, 20-cylinder 1x1s. You know, so that is less than one 3x3 cylinder. And they operate up to 70 miles an hour. I have them capped at 70 miles an hour because, you know, that's where they'd be capped IRL. And they could go up even, you know, if I don't cap them, they'll go to 128 miles an hour. You know, they have proper gearboxes. That's the thing. You know, if you put a proper gearbox in, you can use a small motor and get the mechanical advantage out of it, you know. You know, like this has a slow top speed because I've restricted the RPS too much. But it's still, you know, very usable. It's inexpensive. It's small. Runs well. You know, pretty good for a 4-cylinder engine, you know. But it's certainly, definitely, you know, it's doable. So this is a good bit of diesel. We would need to buy the military base to actually sell this. This is 13,000 liters. It's $6 per liter. So this is a lot of money just sitting on my back here. So this is let's get the calc going. So 13,000 times 6. We're talking $78,000. This is $78,000 sitting on my back right now. So that's a good bit of money. Yes, that's what it is. It's a IVA W50. Designed to be Eastern German, Eastern European. I think, was IFA East German? I think it was East German. You know, we're going up a hill, downshift, you know. But that's kind of why I get particular with my trucks is, you know, these things can be done in game. You just kind of have to do them, you know. And they make sense. You know, the gear boxes are all about math. And get the math right, they just work really well. some point I might load this up in my diesel train. Can't really sell the jet fuel off on the diesel train, but I can move it. So. You got downshift before the turn, so you actually control your speed. You know, unfortunately, people's knowledge about transmissions are going to get worse and worse and worse because as we get to, you know, most people are never going to have driven a manual, you know, and that's, you learn a lot of how the transmission works by understanding when you shift. And when you know when you shift, you then know how the automatic is choosing when to shift. And so it's, you know, and then you're going to have a lot of people in electrics, and it's just never going to learn these things. All right, there we go. We've got our 16,000 liters of jet in there now, so that's a good bit of jet fuel. So that's really good. That is good money there. That's a lot of cash that we can take advantage of. But we need to get up to military base. Can we put the mini truck in the back? So let's build something. Let's do that. Let us build something. So this is going to be fun. So this base is currently too much money. So this is 90 grand. We have 88,000 here, so I can't buy this. All right. And so this is our money. This is our key to our money, this $6 jet fuel. And so the problem I need to solve is this. And this, I think, will be fun to set up. What I'm going to do is this. We will we'll fly the plane up with a vehicle in it. The vehicle is going to have to be able to tow one of those pallets from the jet down here and dump the pallet into here. All right. And that will give us some good cash. So we currently, it's 2,200 per pallet times 6. So we're talking 13 grand for this mission. And we can leave the little mover there. And so it won't take us many trips to get some good money for that. Now, I probably owe myself some money for all those missions that I got screwed on, but I didn't count them, so I'm not going to bother. But let's quickly build something for that. So let's go ahead. I'm going to save this up again. Let's go ahead. I'll boot. I need to use the facilities really quick, so I'm going to boot up the custom game, and I will play at least the beginning of the Build Challenge Hotel for you guys. I know some of you have seen it already, but I will play that, and then I'm going to use the facilities, and you guys can watch that video. So I've driven. Nope. I'm going to start from scratch here. So yeah, you guys can watch this. If you want to take a break, you can take a break. But if you haven't seen this video, I would ask you to go watch it. Some really great builds by all the competitors. They did a fantastic job on this. Some really cool stuff here. So hopefully you enjoy this. I'll take Sooty off while you watch this. I'm going to use the facilities. I shall be back shortly-ish. Let me make sure this is all set up correctly. I'll ask you guys before I go, take my, it won't be very long, few minute break here. But just check the volume for me. Make sure that the volume's good. Hello, this is Captain. Welcome to the Build Challenge Hotel review. So we're going to be going over all the builds here. We have some really great ones. The challenge was to build a truck that could haul a container. So let's go ahead and look at the rules. Challenge to build a container truck. The container truck must be able to carry and load itself one container. The build size limited to the train spawn and spy cakes. Infinite electric and fuel off. Vehicle damage on. No glitches. A new build. Not previously released to the workshop. Let's operate in the honor system here. This should be newly started build. The time of the challenge. Rules. XML cosmetics. Wheels may be XML edited for grip and to make dualies. Size. Whatever fit in the train spawn and spy cakes. Power. Diesel modular. Cost is less than 100,000. All microcontrollers and components must be made by you. Nothing from the workshop. Testing methodology. I will spawn the truck at the train spawn at Spy Cakes. I will head down the hill and self-load a container from Spy Cakes. I will then follow the path of the red line to Draymore. I will then unload the container. Grading. Spirit of the challenge. How well does it conform to the challenge? 1 to 10. Human factors. How well am I able to interact with it? 1 to 10. Handling 1 to 10. Aesthetics 1 to 10. Workshop page 1 to 10. Winners. There'll be a points winner, captain favorite, community favorite. Winners will be featured in the end credits of my videos for a month. Winners will have Discord roles added. Winners will have their container truck used in an episode of the Career Build series. So here we have the pathing here that the route will take. So we'll go from Terminal Spy Cakes over here, grab a container, and then we'll head up the hill. It's an off-road challenge for this part, and then we're going to come over here and we'll unload at Draymore. And the first build is the Marley Automobiles Model 759 flatbed truck. So I like this thumbnail here. It has some good branding on there. Nicely done on that. A little basic on the pictures, but they are very nice pictures at that. Shows off the vehicle well. Von Ducey. Developed for Captain Cargo's Build Challenge Hotel, this truck is capable of loading the standard container without the use of external equipment. The truck incorporated a tilt bed design to allow the connector carriage to pull the shipping container onto the bed of the truck, or to allow vehicles to be pulled on for towing. The tilt bed is controlled from the control panel located on the driver's side, just rear of the cab, or with a handheld remote control. The truck also features 2 storage lockers placed on either side of the truck. Refueling can be done from the hose anchors located on either side of the truck, and an electrical anchor for recharging batteries located in the engine compartment on the passenger side. The engine compartment can be accessed by releasing the 2 latches located on either side of the hood. Now we have general characteristics: the width, the length, the height. Transmission is 6-speed manual. Fuel capacity is 750 liters, 200 gallons. Maximum speed is 50 meters per second or 180 kilometers an hour. Mass 2671 and a cost of 46,000 and change. Driving controls: AED is steering, WS throttle, brake, left right turn signals, up down is the gear shifter, trigger is the horn, handbrake is 1, it is on by default. Cycle headlights off, low beam, high beam. Flatbed remote controls: WS winch in and out, left right is carriage in and out. Up down, increase, decrease bed elevation. For remote control operation, the receiver must be turned on and tuned to the desired frequency. The receiver controls are located at the top of the control panel. Loading instructions: during loading, unloading, evolutions ensure the vehicle is in park while the transmission is in neutral. Step 1, position the truck a few inches away from the payload. Secure the Mansfield bar switch located on the control panel. Happens automatically when the bed is raised. Raise the bed to desired elevation. Position the carriage at the lowest position. Once the payload is secured, pull the carriage back to the highest position. Lower the bed to its lowest position. Deploy the Mansfield bar. For unloading, repeat this process in reverse or release the carriage connectors as well as track brakes and allow the container to slide off the back. Tips for driving: third gear is recommended when carrying a payload. Keep in mind the vehicle makes wide turns. Exercise caution when turning at speeds greater than 40 miles an hour while carrying a payload to avoid rollover. Engine will stall if you exit the vehicle without putting it in neutral. That's neat. When restarting a stalled engine, put the transmission in neutral and restart the ignition. The truck is equipped with an alarm that, once activated, will shut off after 15 minutes when the ignition is active or when the horn is pressed. Alright, here we are with the Marley. I'm just going to go ahead and do a quick walk around here. Nice design here in the cab. Have some angled paint blocks, it looks like there. License plate bull bar. Looks nice, Marley. Can do the hood latches here. Nice big motor in here. I like the detailing of the hood latches. That's cool. It's a lot of lighting on here. Nicely shaped bumper. Have a step up and cool fuel tank here. I like that. Good XML work on that. Here's a storage locker on this side. Good detailing on there. I like the control panel here. Some good detailing. And we have the remote control. I'm just going to use the standard control for this. I have some dualies. Really good detailing on this. I like the window pieces here on there. Nice for rails. Good detailing on there in general. Have the lights in the bumper there. Storage on this side as well. Nice detailing all around on this. Very good. So let's go ahead and we'll get started. So see if I can find the door latch. There it is. Driver's side door. Have a buzzer that goes off when we go to get in. Speedo, fuel gauge, engine temp, tack. We have low fuel and handbrake indicator. We have the hazard lights, cabin light, cabin heater, bat volts, and voltmeter. All right. A little shift knob in the middle there. Skylight. Very cool. All right, let's go ahead and we will start up. All right, I'm not seeing where to start this, so we'll take a look. Let's see. Not seeing on the seat. Let's see. Is there ignition right there? I can't see it, just behind. Okay, perfect. It's right there. All right, we are up and running. We have hazard lights on there. Nice detailing there. Nice looking lights. Very cool. And we can actually hear it. It's clicking. That's neat. That's a neat feature. I like that. We have the headlights, so we do 2. All the interiors light up there. Have some running lights. We have our headlights going on there. Cycle it again. There are high beams and off. So that's cool. Nice to see that. Go ahead and shut those hazards off. We have the handbrake. Oh, handbrake is 1. I pressed the wrong button. Space is the horn. Go ahead and shift up into first here. So can use the mirrors. I can see right where I'm supposed to on the mirrors there. Nice backup alarm. We have a reverse cam. So go down and grab a container here. So nice to see the H menu filled out. AD steering, WS throttle brake. Left, right is left turn. We'll turn that on. We get that clicker again. I like that. There's the right. Nice. All right, we try to use the mirrors here to get us in. So mirrors are pretty usable. Nice to have a backup alarm. It always makes it easy to find the reverse. All right, there we go. Gave it a little bit of a kiss. All right, so we'll go into neutral, and we'll put the parking brake on. There's parking brake right there. All right, and we'll just jump in our seat, let that door open. Beautiful. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll start to load. All right, so reading instructions during loading and unloading. Ensure the vehicle is in park with the transmission neutral. It is. Position truck a few inches away from the payload. Secure the Mansfield bar. Switch located on the control panel. Automatically happens when the bed is loaded. So let's look at that. See, secure/deploy Mansfield bar. So that would be right here. That's in the U.S. It's the ICC bumper. So that is up. All right, good. That is up. Let's go ahead and raise the bed to desired elevation. So this will increase elevation. So nice, good detailing on there. To simulate hydraulics. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and select the container on. All right, position the carriage at the lowest position. So where's the carriage? Carriage out right there. You can see it going down. All right, that should be there. I might be a little bit off. I might have to move it up. Just keep going a little bit. Probably have to get a little bit adjusted here. I'm a little bit off center here. See if I don't think I can push a container. I might be able to push the truck. Do it just to expedite. Pretty close. All right, so I'm just going to move to connect that. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll just move up. Can't see my container with the door open, so we'll do this. This will be a good test of the mirrors. The mirrors are pretty good. I can actually see right where I'm trying to look, so we'll see if we can grab it. All right, so we're not hitting the container that might be disconnected on there itself. So let's go ahead and we'll see if there's if it starts in the disconnected position. Let's see. Release connectors false. Nope, so we should be able to grab them. Just had yet to hit it. So let's go ahead and back it up. There we go. All right, good. So let's go in neutral and put the brake on. All right, and we're good to go. All right, nice. So we are connected. Let's go ahead and we will lower the carriage and we'll start to winch in. I'm just going to let it get up pretty flat. There we go. Grabbed on. All right, and we'll go ahead and we'll drop the bar there. All right, good. So the bumper is down. We should be all locked up. Let me just double check. Once payload secure, pull the carriage back to highest position, lower the bed, deploy the Mansfield bar. Okay, good. So we're all set to go. So let's go ahead and we'll close it up. Go ahead and get rid of that H menu 1, and here we go. It says third gear, but I'm just going to drive it. I'll shift as I find necessary. All right, I have returned. So that is a little sneaky peeky into the Build Challenge Hotel there. So if you have yet to watch that, please give that a watch. That has a lot of hard work from all the community. And if you like the video, if you have not, that helps other people find it. So that was a lot of work, that video. But it was certainly worth it. Some really great stuff there. Let's see. How's it going, Citrus? I see you've arrived. All right, good. So let's go ahead and let's see where we're at here on this. So I'm in my custom world, I believe. Let's see, custom world. Yep, this is custom world. So let's work on some stuff. What do I want to work on here? Okay, so we're gonna build this little thingamajig. So one thing I was thinking was a forklift. It needs to fit in the plane. So what we're gonna do is grab the plane first because the plane's gonna transport the forklift up. Plane's gonna come back, get the pallet. I'm kind of seeing. I gotta get dimensions on this. I was thinking of putting rails on this on the sides. I don't think I am because I have a lot that are 5 wides. I don't have any that are 7 wides. This is a 7 wide here. And this will make it a little bit easier for stuff. So let's go 7 by what? 7 by pretty much the doorway. Okay, so let's see where we're at here. So it's going to be 7 by could be 7. So 7 by 7 because there's enough roof room. I really want the space. So let's say 7 by 6 by 7 by 6 by 15. Okay. All right, there's 15. Oh, symmetry, you demon. 7 by 15. By 6. All right, so that's kind of 6? No, 6. That's kind of what I'm working with here for space. I could go 1 block higher, but it makes it hard to load. So we're kind of, we're a little bit hurting on the space here. If we take a pallet, go a little bit of headroom. I have a little bit of headroom on there, but we'll see how it looks. I'd rather have it close and work. Let's see. It's like this is the pallet sitting in there right there. So that's about what the pallet looks like sitting in there. How's the pallet that tall? 1, 2, 3, 6, 6. That seems short to me, but we'll figure it out. So I need something to take the pallet. So one, I'm thinking it's almost like a. So if we look at the pallet, let's load it. I can always delete it. If we look at the pallet here, you see it's just completely open in the bottom. That way, it gives me a lot of different options on how to lift it. The other thing is I can put it up on rails. So we can do a really short system on rails. That's another one. I kind of like, let's look at some of the cargo container movers. I used to go to the airport to pick up containers all the time. So here, let's do it. Air Can. No, not Air Canada. You scum. Air Can. Air Can Cargo. It's like these are air cans. So we used to run these air cans all the time. Don't go to the article, go to the link. There we go. So here's what an air can looks like. And so they go on these roller dollies, and so these are pulled by tugs. So it'd be kind of cool to make a small tug like that, and then one of these dollies. I'd need to be able to slide it up on, so I could do a tilt bed on that, or what I can do is just do a lifting under platform. I think I might do the lifting under platform just for ease of use, but we'll see. So that will let me move it and pull it with the tug. Forklift, we could try forklift. I just need to make sure I can get it under there. So let's go ahead and we'll go back and look at the game. So that's kind of what I'm thinking at the moment for that. So let's see. So we could do like a standing dolly lifter would be kind of interesting. So what do we do? 3 across? Okay, so let's try something. So 3 across is pretty tight. So let's go, where's my other coaster here. Can I get 2 of these within 3? No, so it's got to be 1 within 3. That's going to be wonky weird. Problem is they're heavy. So to lift it up if it's full of 2,000 pounds or 2,200 liters of fuel, it's going to be quite very heavy. So I need a big counterbalance, and I can't have a huge counterbalance on that forklift. So let's see. Let's try something. Okay. All right, let's see. I need to see how long the pallet is, so let's go ahead and save this. Open up a pallet again. Nine. All right, so it'd be 9 from essentially there. Doesn't have to necessarily go all the way, but probably be good to go all the way there. So what are we talking there? Let's go 9 off. Okay. And then we have the reasonable width on this. What side are we? That's backwards. Of course it's backwards. Why wouldn't it be backwards? Makes things tough. All right, let's go like that. Okay. Because it has to lift up quite a bit of weight, so that's why forklift would be fine, but I can't transport the forklift in, so I kind of have to play with this a little bit. And since I want to transport it in, that's part of the mission that I'm designing here, is the ability you have to transport it in. I want to have it so I can do that. Let's go down with you, son. Let's grab pallet. All right, and we're going to go ahead and we'll fill this with jet fuel. I'll just fill it with water because I don't know if we're going to have any in the base. We have a spawner in there already? I don't think I do, no. Just fill it with water since the densities are the same. All right, so there we go. Let's play the musica. All right, let's go ahead and we'll give this a run. I didn't hook up any of the electricity on this. All right, let's do that. I need electric motors on here. Okay. Yep, that's wrong. Steering, and then WS. Where's WS? Right there. All right, that will do that for now, and then we went up, down. There's up, down. Up, down's right here. That will go there. We'll do space. Where's trigger? Trigger is going to be the park brake. All right, this is going to be toggle. Okay. Park brake. That's fine, that's fine. Sticky. 10%'s fine. We'll do less than that. 3. Let's go real slow on that. Let's play with this a second. Okay, that's too big to fit under there. That's really small under there. Nope, can't even beast it in there. Okay. That is very low. Alright. That is not going to work. Alright, so let's do something different. I really like to build a tug. That's something I want to build. So let's try to do... So let's see... Do the table here. Doesn't need a huge table on. God damn it. Come on. Oh my god. Just do what I'm asking you here, there, game. Not piss me off. Let's go. Okay. So let's see. Gotta go from this side. Alright, so right there, I'm gonna have to cut those. So let's go one in. I'm gonna try a table on this. Alright, cut those like that. Alright, good, that'll go like that. Alright, good. So that's a good start. So we're going to kind of do like almost like a Hilton hay table. Hilton hay table. Oh my god, I can't speak English. Hilton hay table. Good lordy. Can't speak today. All right, let's cut that, move that forward. Cut these down to not quite min spec, but we're gonna go real low on these. We'll try min specs on these. They don't like to sit on minimum spec, they really don't. So let's see. See how it sits. That's not too shabby, that's alright. Let's see. That's sitting alright. See if I can get him in line now. I might be able to get him right in line. Let's try that. If I get him in line, we're in business here. I like building miniaturized things. It's just a big challenge, and that's what I like. The challenge interests me. Ease is not my thing. Let's see. Maybe one up on those. I think that's a little bit tiny on there. Let's go 2 quarters on here. See how far they stick over with quarters. It's 1 wider, so that should be fine. Because they won't interact with the tires. That's alright. Alright, let's grab track segments here. I want to make a little bit of a tilting table, so I have to kind of think of that too. Again, compact is kind of the name of the game here, so. It's not going to work like that. Let's do... let's do a hinge. And I'm not going to lose my tongue if I do that. Because it's going to be heavy. That's the problem, is they are quite heavy. So let's do this. Let's do the tongue. The tongue's the part of the trailer that connects. Let's do a folding tongue. That'll work. Folding tongue should work. I think if we fold the tongue, we should be able to winch this like so. I want to keep this compact and nice. It needs to fit in there. It needs to be within 15 blocks, and that is right there is 15. Because this, you know, I don't want to have to take too many trips to get this sucker up there. I don't mind a couple trips, but I want to take like 5 trips to get it up there. Alright, so that's going to attach to the tug. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a tug in here. So let's grab a tug. I'm not going to use this tug. We're going to make a fresh tug. But we'll grab... Oh, where you at, guy? This tug right here. That one's not 7, is it? No, that's 9 wide, so this one's too big anyway. But I do want to make one of those tiny tugs. I love that model of tug. So we're going to drop this, and then I'm going to test this out. So we'll go throttle here. Push, push. Push, and push. All right, let's line this up. So this is going to be up, down, and then this here is going to control the hinge. Let's make this very, very minimal, like 3%. I want that to be minimal. All right, and this should be slow. Let's go down to like 0.4 on that one. All right, so here we go. We kind of have this set up. And so let's go down this side. I didn't bring a fucking rope. All right, let's bring this back. Let's hook a rope. All right, so let's make sure this is full of liquid. It is. So it's got almost 2,200 liters in there, so it's pretty heavy. All right, let's go ahead and we'll fold this a little bit. So that will angle like that. That will give us stability, and it will also drop the approach angle. What happened to the other button? What happened to this button? Did I never put this button down? How did that get deleted? Alright. Alright, so let's tilt the table. So, like, I love little small things like this. It's kind of cool to have to build something small. So we'll see how it works. It is going to be heavy, so. Wilting weight table, yeah. So there is lockable grippers on the pallet itself, so it will lock, it will adhere and grab to that. So it really doesn't have to be too perfect, because once those grippers get within the tracks, they're going to snap to the tracks, and then it will you'll be able to lock pretty well. Those are 1x4s in the front of the pallet, and these are 1x1s. So hopefully they should have pretty good slide ability. You know, the way I do it right now in like the regular career build series is there we go. The way I do it now in the career build series is I have a pumping truck. And so I despawn it, and then I use the pumping truck to pump it. So this is a little bit different. This is actually using the pallets. So it's glitching through a little bit. We'll see if it grabs once it gets within range. There it goes. It's going back up again. There we go. And we're snapped. Look at that, baby. So I love these little things. These little tiny builds are my absolute favorite to make. Like, this is a lot of fun. So that is now locked. I unlocked it, actually. I put this backwards before. So that was actually, this would have loaded better. I changed the system. This used to lock when you put the button, when you did the button. It now is the opposite. So it started out locked. That's why it was struggling to get on there. So it'd actually be easier. And then we want to level this out. So you notice the tongue will come up when I level it out. So the tongue is now come up. I should have seen, I'm going to bend it again. I want to see when it touches the ground there, and I'm going to limit this. So let's limit it to 0.15. So that'll be limited to 0.15. So we'll see how this tows. This is a full 2,200 liters in there. That is now level. All right, let's go ahead. This is one of my few automatic vehicles. There we go, baby. So this should work really well to be able to tow it. So little tiny trailer like this will be cool. You know, mechanically, that's how a bunch of different... you have a bunch of those types of tilting trailers that work well like that. I'll go ahead and I'll unload this. Unload should be gravity. That's one of the reasons I need it to tilt is to gravity unload. But I'll be able to taxi this over to the pumps to you know, pump it out. So let's go ahead and set the brake. Go ahead, we'll raise the table. We'll cut the brake off. Start to let the winch come out. Go all the way to 20, just because I want to be able to make sure that I can actually dump this off. So we get enough slack in there that I can drive away. Because once the ass is touching the ground, I should be able to drive away from this. We could actually really do that. And then let's... there we go. So that works pretty well. Let's see if I could power into this. Where's my reverse button on this? So I'm curious if I could power into this. I don't need to, though. The winch was working pretty well. The problem is when you have a short trailer like this, it's an absolute disaster to try to back up, especially in game, because they're even lighter than they'd be IRL. So that's really good. Let's go ahead and... let's do... No, come on. Stop being a pain in the ass. Battle cannon, extensions. I want to weigh this sucker up a little bit. There we go. All right, good. That's going. So that works pretty well. Might as well extend this trailer out a little bit. So let's go ahead and cut a couple blocks here. Cut those. Let's go ahead and we'll bring the tracks out a little bit more. Like that. And then we'll do a hard tongue on this, like so. And then I will go... I don't like the pipes there, that I can see the pipes, but it's not the end of the world. Might just say screw it on those and put in weight blocks just for looks. There we go. Alright, so that's not bad there. Alright, we'll do a quick grab. I want to make sure this is going to work fine, but I will go ahead and... let's see. You know what I'll do is I'll put like a hydraulic system, kind of like I have my tractor on the trailer. And so I will control it through here. So that will go through here and then work the stuff. The problem is I got to put a microcontroller in there if I do that. Not the end of the world. I'm gonna have to do a microcontroller anyway in here. I'm hurting on space, so I don't think it needs to be super duper heavy. All right, so that's good. So let's go ahead and we'll grab the trailer, and we'll refine the trailer as necessary. But yeah, something like that, super simple. You know, I'd say to a lot of people, don't be afraid to go super simple. Sometimes it's kind of fun and it's challenging and it it works a lot of the time. Let's go. Let's bring the table up even more. We'll go there. I want these to be part of this, so I need to go. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to do that. So what I need to do is I need to cut. No, that's fine. Right there. Okay. So I'll go like that. The real simple table there. And then we will go ahead and so like all the angles here work well. Like for example, I need this winch to go up higher. So when the table tilts, the winch effectively is going higher. Be able to drag it up. So this might have a problem when it gets up here. I may not want to actually do that. I think that's going to actually be a problem because I do have to worry about the height of the. Let's not make it big because I have to worry about the height of the winch. And so what will happen is as this gets up higher, the winch is going to pull it down. It's going to not work anymore. It's not going to pull it forward anymore. So there's no point in putting extra rail pieces on. So that's really not useful. So that's probably better like that, I would say. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, let's take this with us. All right, let's copy that. Let's go ahead and we will... There's my block. There it is there. All right, so this is going to be I'm going to save over this. So this is the pallet mover. No, we'll save this as a pallet trailer. All right, pallet trailer. And then let's load up the pallet mover. And I'm going to delete everything out except the measurements. This is now going to be... So this will, what we'll do is we can bring in the trailer, which I pretty much guaranteed I measured it, but we'll make sure this fits inside of the plane. It does. It can actually even stick over a little bit more. We should be able to move this by hand and load it in the plane by hand. But that, as you can see, that will fit, so we're good. All right, good. Next thing is the tug. So let's see. I'll just look for airport tugs. I'm going to show you the model that I like. This was a model I used to see at the airports all the time that I really like. It's kind of a tiny utility tug they use for everything. This is it here. I really love this little tug. Just very small. It's pretty much engine compartment, a little bit of a seat, real small. And this will be ideal, I think, for what we're going to be working on here. So I should not have closed that, but it'll be all right. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll get rid of this. Start building that tug. So read some chat. Oh lordy, little Wendy's. I can't remember the last time I had fast food. Yeah, they usually. Well, it depends. It depends. It could be a repo or it could be actually moving cargo. Usually the cargo, but they'll also put a lot of empty cans in for reposition. For example, like often you'll have manufacturing in low density areas where the labor is cheap. And so they'll have manufacturing facilities in the boondocks where nobody lives. And then they'll ship it to places where people actually live. New York, the Boston area, Chicago. And so we used to have things where, for example, we would ship a lot of empty containers everywhere because, we lived where people live. And so the factories were where people don't live. And so what would happen was there's no point in shipping a full container back to where nobody lives because they weren't ordering as much goods as we, the cities, were ordering. And so we would often ship a lot of empty containers back for them to fill. So ideally, of course, you'd want to ship them full, but especially our hub we shipped a lot of empty stuff out because, we were where everybody lived. So, people were ordering goods and then they were sending back to the areas that don't have a lot of people, have to get something to eat. Okay. Let's see. So what truck are you going to use in the career build series? All the winners. All the winners. Yep. I was almost going to. I'm just answering Citrus' question. I was almost going to use Citrus's today, but there were no containers from Spy Cakes to Komodo, so I ended up not doing it. But I will when I get somewhere I need to be. All right, so that's kind of the tug I'm looking for. So I'm just going to start kind of slapping. I want to slap the chassis together. Let me grab that airport tug again. I deleted it. I didn't mean to. But that's the kind of tug I like. I have the bigger tug for actually towing planes. These little tiny airport tugs can move planes. They generally don't. I'll bring the pictures back up. We can look at a couple. They will move tiny little planes, but generally what they're doing is they're moving things like bag carts. Like here's a side view. They're generally moving things like bag carts. They're moving huffer carts. They're moving GPUs. They're moving a lot of equipment. That's generally what these are running. Like that cargo, the cargo pallet mover I showed you guys, that's what they're moving with those. It's like here's one pulling, this is baggage for commercial airline. This here is, these are cargo pallet movers there. That's some bag carts there. That's a, that looks like GPU. I think it's a ground power unit. I don't think it's a huffer. See if I can find a huffer cart. Like here you can see like that's moving a cargo can, an air can. Like see this actually moves airplanes. This is the type. This used to move my 50-seat jet. One of these. That's what we had for moving the 50-seat jets. Were these? You know, and this is what they do. They actually pick up the nose of the airplane, and this is the bigger model that would actually move like my 50-seat jet. You know, we'd weigh 50,000 pounds. This would move that. The nice thing with these can easily go 90 degrees. These can go past 90 degrees to get you moved. Like you can see, like. That's a Challenger 6, maybe? I think there's a Challenger. Nah, I forget what number Challenger that is. That's a Challenger. That's the CRJ. That's what the CRJ was based off of, was the Challenger. But yeah. Like, you even have tiny tugs like these for moving bags for even smaller planes. But yeah, these tiny little tugs they're not really used for moving big planes. But like you can see, like a small plane, they'll use tiny little handheld tugs. You know, you start getting the bigger tugs for pushing airplanes. But, you know, these are usually utility tugs for moving stuff around. Let me grab a huffer cart. Airport. Huffer cart. So here is, it could be a huffer cart, the one I was looking at. These are completely enclosed huffer carts. Yeah, these are completely enclosed hover carts. So that does the air start for the engines when you don't have an APU. Like if your APU isn't up, you need to use a hover cart to get started. I'm trying to find the old circle. Here's a circular hover cart. There's one there. But yeah, so I've always liked this little model of tug. I've always seen these at the airport. Those are the utility tugs that they use for all the little utility jobs. These Johnnies. So I want to build one of these. Try to get the reference material up. So yeah, definitely this one is what I'm looking at here. Yep. You know, some of them they just put a cab on. You can see it's the same body. They just put a cab on it. You know, but they're nice little versatile, small little tugs. So that's what we're going to be building here. So I'm just going to keep a reference material up. Stick them on quarters. Okay. Let's see. Can I get these in there and not be a pain in the ass? Probably not. Yeah, the wheels are going to block it, but you know, I'll make a bumper for it and see what I can do for a bumper. And so this will essentially, it won't do power takeoff, but it will have like hydraulics coming off of it. Not even hydraulics, but it will just be, you're running off the back, essentially. Grab the hubs on these. That's the problem, is it's going to be off center if I do it too much wheel differential. Like, I have to do really big back wheels to get them to match. Like that. That's not going to happen. So, I have to do them at the same level. I don't mind if it tilts just a little bit. So let's see. Probably a little bit further back, actually. Let's go a little bit further back. Because I need to be able to put the engine in there. So let's go ahead with that. Let's see how that sits. What's that at? 5? That's a, yeah, that's a 1. So let's go 5s on this. We'll up those just a little bit. You know, one reason you want a small diameter front tire on stuff like this is it helps you turn tighter, because the wheels can turn like almost 90 degrees because they're not going to hit the body. The bigger the diameter of the tire, they'll hit the body. That's why, like, four-wheel drive tractors, you know, they have wider turning radiuses because they'll hit the body. They'll hit it on there. Let's see. What am I doing? Okay, I thought it was in the editor again for some reason. All right, let's go ahead. So this is a good size for this. Let's see if I can make this work. We'll do kind of a visual engine. We can see some of it. I'm gonna do a bumper off the front. So let's do modular engine. See if we can do a 1-cylinder. Make it a screamer. And we'll do kind of a, we'll be able to see some of the engine here. Maybe a 2. We'll do a 2-cylinder. I want it to have a little bit of power. It's supposed to be tugging stuff. I don't want to have to... Because the problem is if I have to go back in and put in a bigger engine, it might just say, nope, can't do it. So we don't want that at all. Let's go... Okay. Side, doesn't matter. I'll fix it later if I need to. And, we're not gonna be able to do 2 there. I'd have to be able to do 1. Do 1 this direction. Yeah, that's the problem, is with the way I have this set up. Oh, come on. Just grab the wheel, you scumbag. Move that too. Pissa. That is pissa. Let's cut that, move that. Okay, let's see. All right, that should help. All right, let's do... This is going to just be down geared. It doesn't need to be up geared at all, frankly. If I could lower this engine down, the problem is I lose the ability to front drive it, and then it's gonna act like a dog if I don't have any sort of if I don't have all-wheel drive, it's gonna act like a dog, so I can't do that. It's not gonna have any power if I do that, so let's go ahead. Okay, gearbox facing toward the engine. one of these. Come on, look out there, guy. And this will be part of the floor pan here, and this will get us back in for... So we'll get us back in for the transmission. Okay. But I like these real small, challenging builds. Are fun. All right, so that's kind of the transmission drivetrain there. Symmetry, please. Get that symmetry going here. Okay. The nice thing with these kind of utility builds is they really don't have to be ultra, they don't have to be ultra pretty, because they're not an IRL. They're just basic, and they're work vehicles. They do their job. That's what they do. They don't have to be super duper pretty. I hate that. Okay. Some of these, they look a lot better squared off. That's better squared off, I think. Okay. Might move the seat up, I don't know. We're already pretty tall in here, so I don't get too tall in there. Okay. Yep. The problem is we're going to run a microcontroller room here. So, do I make an electric one? I think I make it electric because it's just we're gonna run out of space so quickly. Microcontroller is gonna be a pisser to put in here. I can always make another one once I get it figured. Once I get the space figured out. So that's what we're gonna do. It's just gonna be way too hard to get this to space-wise. Microcontrollers, I have no space right now for micros at all. So that's not gonna work. So let's go like this. It's also gonna get longer and longer as I try to get the gearboxes in and everything. So. We're not going to do that. We're going to do this. Okay. That's what we're going to do. We're going to be able to shorten this wheelbase up doing this. It's not my favorite, but we'll be able to decorate this a little bit better. Because it's not going to be as crazy. Yeah, so executive decision on that. That's just going to need to happen, I think. I'll try to get a diesel one out later at some point, but this one, I'm trying to think where am I putting tanks, where am I putting microcontrollers. Microcontrollers are going to be really tough to get in there. So that's going to be tough. So I'm not even going to bother with that. This eliminates a lot of those problems going electric. And it doesn't really need to go that far. It's the ranging on it. It's not all that bad, so. Yeah, so I can keep this compact. All right, good. So that's what I want to do. I don't like that at all. Okay. All right, good. So that's starting to come along how I want. I might do fenders on the front. We'll see how I want to do it. Yeah, so it's just going to be too tough because I need a bunch of microcontroller space, and that whole hood section can be micros, where right now it's not. I can't put anything in there. It's just going to be too tight. I might fender well this sucker. Probably will. I don't think I'm going to fender it. I think I'll just go like this. Alright, so that's going to be what it's going to be, just because there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to get the all those microcontrollers in there. It's going to be effort in frustration. I get this front bumper to not look terrible. They're very flat bump flats with like they're definitely 1x1s here. That's not too bad there. That's a little bit better, I think. Yeah, okay, I'm digging that. Might even go down to 1s here. It's very flat in the front in the real one, so I might see what I want to do here. I think we're just going to completely flatten it out like that. That's how it is IRL, so. Yeah. There we go. I like that shape. It's not bad. Get rid of these and put in pipe. Okay, that'll get a tow bar in the front, so. put a little beef on the bumper. There we go. A little beef on the bumper there. Beef the bumper in the back. You have kind of a beef bumper on them anyways. It's gonna be super simple to hook this up with. I'm gonna be electric now. All right, so that fits in. Let's go ahead and start getting this put together here. So let's grab it off and save it. We're pretty much scaled up here. I have to see, make sure it fits in, but I think we're pretty good here. Let's copy that. Oh, don't do that, you scumbag. Small airport tug. Okay, let's check chat again. I'm trying to get this set up here so I can actually see what I'm looking at there. There we go. Yeah, 12 cylinder is about, you know, not quite what my motorcycle is, but yeah, or 1 cylinder rather, that's what I mean. Yeah, I don't want to do electric, but like microcontroller is going to be the problem. I have no space for microcontrollers. It's going to be absolutely disastrous trying to get a microcontroller in there. So, just not going to happen, unfortunately. Generally don't like to do that, but this is just super compact. I have to. Go up, please. There we go. 1 down, please. Thank you. All right. All right, so, you know, I still need microcontroller space to actually operate the what I'm towing, so that there is a little bit of stuff that I have to do. All right, so this is pretty good. Let's go ahead and WS 80 is going to be here. So 80 is going to be steering, and then this one needs to flip, which I love it when I put it in late and I have to flip it. Yeah, see, I'm just going to delete it. Okay, let's get off symmetry. Delete that, then I need to put in a new wheel. So if you flip it like this, that won't work. I have to do it from the other side, is the problem. I need to cut it. It sucks when I have to do it like this. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to cut it. We'll take it out a second. Paste it. We'll delete all this rigmarole here. Put it back in. I can put more batteries in too if I need it, but I don't think I need it. So cut this. We'll go like so. That will go back in like right there. Now that is inverted, so that will work with AD without having to do a microcontroller. Steering, okay. Alright, let's give this a quick run. AD, what happened to WS? WS is going here and there. Okay. Front wheels definitely need to be dropped. That's backwards, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Alright, good. Alright, let's go ahead and fronts need to be decreased or beefed. Let's beef them. I don't want them quite ones, but let's see. 7.5s. Let's see if 7.5s are brutal. 7.5s. Let's Oh, these are backwards. Gotta fix that. All right. Pain in the ass trying to fix these wheels now. I knew the port one was the one that needed to be fixed, and I did the other one for some reason. Always the port one that's backwards. That. Why does this have something there? Let's get rid of that. Thin that a little bit. I didn't hook it back up. Let's hook it back up. I'll test the whole thing together, but this is going to fit in the truck, and there we go. That actually doesn't rub either. That fits in those wheel wells really perfectly. Good steering radius on it. All right, good. That's good. Yeah, because I need to, I really just don't have any space for microcontrollers, so like, I'm going to slam on the brakes with the park brake for now. I want to be able to make this usable, so let's see. Alright, so what we want to do is we do need a microcontroller at least, so let's grab that, start working on that. So this is going to be for trailer control. So what I need to do is I need to set it up so, let me see, where can this go? This could go 3 across there is about, see, like I'm hurting on space for anything, so that's why I'm kind of, okay, beautiful. So I could go in here. I could go across there. So I have a 3 here. I have, there it is, right here is where my microcontroller is going. So right there, 3 by 2. Let's just go 3 by 2. So this will be trailer control. Okay. All right, this can be pause input seat. Okay. It's going to be output. Nope. I need one on the actual. It's going to need to be on the actual the trailer microcontroller. This one, that should just be able to send the seat out. So let's do that on the trailer. Okay, let's do that on the trailer. We'll get rid of this. So this will be real simple. Let us see what I want to do here for. I'm going to check some airport tug stuff. So. Nope. A little color in this sucker. Afraid of hitting the bumper and stuff. I don't know if I want a bumper. I don't like, yeah, I don't like it. Let's get rid of that and go like this. I hate that. Let's see. That's better. I like that better. Yeah, I like that better. Let's do that, and then I want to go composite from seat needs to go to these two there. Electricity is all this crap can just pretty much be hooked together. Not doing this super complicated here. We'll go breaker. So batteries to batteries to batteries to the breaker. The other, okay, that's the other side of the breaker right there. All right, so this will go here, there, connector, connector, connector. This will go connector. Okay, good. So that puts that in there. Yeah, if I need to do any other dials, I can put that on there. But microcontrollers, like I said, no space for microcontrollers whatsoever. So the rest of it is going to be seat control. So let's go ahead. Seat is going to be... Okay. And then we'll put some floor pan in here. Should have done symmetry on that. There's floor pan. A little bit of color back there. All right, good. Let's go ahead and I'm going to nuke it real quick. Okay. That just gets everything that's in the background colored up. I don't think I want a full white. Let's go a little bit of a off-white there. A little bit dirty looking. Okay. See how it looks in the game. The white's too reflective, so go a little bit off-white there. And I can always color swap this when I need to. So. Alright, see how that looks in game. A little bit too tan. Too tan man on that one. So let's go check some other colors I have here. Maybe that usually is a pretty good white offset there. Yeah, it's pretty good there. Looks a little bit dirty. Don't like this section here, so this is going to get changed. Go. Go like that, I think. No, piss and off. Yeah, square it up a little bit. Looks a little bit more beef if it's squared up. All right, let's go give that a looky-loo. That's good. I like that. That's a good little tug. I think that'll work. Let's see. What else do I need on this? I think we're good. Let's put a light cord or cord to connect it. I can fix the bottom here, but we'll leave it for now. Put it right here for a light cord, but it's just going to be the ability to recharge the John. I'll plug in there, and then let's actually plug this directly into the... where's the other side of the battery? Right here. Okay, good. So that'll be good. Let's save this. All right, now we need to bring in the trailer. All right, so that's going to be powered off of this, and then we'll do up, down. We'll control this. Left, right will be winch. Okay, so I need to find a place to stick a microcontroller in here. So I'll probably stick it... I don't know how much we actually need the weight blocks. So we'll get rid of the weight blocks and we'll put a micro in there. So that's a 2x3. 2x3. This is trailer controller. Alright, so this is going to be Pintle, hinge, pintle hinge. Okay, there we go. Hinge is going to be winch in. Winch out. Okay, nice. So this would be kind of cool. I need to fly this up and then take the parts out. So this is kind of fun. What was I doing here? Spawn. Okay. Alright, so let's see. How do I want to do this? So up, down is going to be 4. Okay. So this will work as like functions. So like whatever you hook up there, you know, up, down will do something. And then the other ones will do something. So they'll all be functions, which is, I like doing that way. All right, so we'll do 0.0 to 1. We'll enable this. I want to go up to a 0.2 max on this. Up, down. There we go. Hinge, zing, zang, zong. And we want to go read on off. So let's do this on off. Because that way I can make left, right. I can make it sticky, so it'll be a different function. This will be 1, 2. These will be pushes. Yeah, we'll make those pushes. All right, nice. So that should work there. Update that. This will go from the composite to here. This will go from to the hinge. This will go winch in and out. And then I have a couple in case I want to add stuff later. Yeah, good. So that fits in there. So like the tug will need like 0 microcontrollers, which is convenient. All right, good. So let's go ahead and we'll paint this Johnny up. Okay, good. I forgot this hinge sucks to paint once it's black. Okay, let's go. Let's undo that. I'll just paint the bottom side black because that's a pain in the ass to paint that hinge. It really is. Let's see if I can get it. It's a pain in the ass to paint the hinge. Let's put it that way. Yeah, there's not much painting on this build, so. Reasonably monochromatic. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Come on, give me the wheel. Gotta get right on the wheel to do the wheels. There we go. What was I painting that I didn't mean to paint? This again. Trying to get right on the wheels to get them painted. You suck so bad. Alright, leave it for now. Alright, so that should be good. Let's go ahead and save. Let's make sure I did connect everything. I did. Okay, everything electrical. Okay, and then what was, so let's see. Grab this. So let's go, let's play with this for now. So let's go in here and I want to add 2 more for now. Let's go input connector. Didn't mean to add another one. I don't need another one. There we go. And then this one here. So connector, input, and then output will be brakes. Okay, so we'll do... This will keep the brakes on when it's stopped. Do I want that? I can't move it if I do that. Let's not bother with that for right now. Save this. All right, let's put it all together and we'll do a test. So grab tug. Trailer. Probably go a little bit shorter in the trailer, but this it's a lot harder to back up a trailer when it's short, and it can be a little bit more squirrely. So this is a little bit more sedate doing it like this. It'll behave better as it's driving too, like this. I'll do a water spawner in here just to get the mass up. All right, good. So we're all set here. Let's go ahead and we will click the pallet lock off. This, I'm going to click the park brake on. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll go up. I didn't configure the seat on this, so I need to do that. I'll do it here and then I'll fix it over there. Trigger should be toggle. Up, down should be reset 100%. 1 and 2 should be pushes. All right, so that's set. Let's go ahead. The rope is actually pre-attached, so we're good. I have to go back, and I want to shut the brake off on this so that the pallet lock is not on. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the invisible mic controllers, and I'm going to avoid it. Much as I'm not a huge fan of doing this with a doing electrical tug, it doesn't operate for very long, so it's kind of the ideal use case for it. There we go. So it works really well. That's doing a frickin' wheelie, but I'll try to put some mass on this. It should behave better when I lower it, so we'll see. There we go. See, it levels it out. It helps it. It needs a little bit of mass, but part of it was the parking brake. The brake was holding it in that position. You fucker. I need to restrain the. I will put a controller on this, on the tug. Let's go ahead and I'm just going to load up the tug. Let's fix the tug. So it works. Everything's fine. I can just go ahead and work on this now. All right, so everything works well. All right, I have a 3x2, so let's get a microcontroller in here. Okay. All right, put the controller in here. I want the motors in here, so let's go a... It's going to be a number output to motors. This way I can limit the motor speed. I don't want this going ultra fast. Let's try something real quick. I'm overpowered on that. I don't really... I could lose a battery. It wouldn't be the worst case. Let's do that. Get rid of this battery here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. What's this? Okay, see, that's the problem. Not a huge problem, but I gotta fix something. Let's go like this. That's right where that's gonna go, huh? Alright, let's do this. Motor. What are you? That's battery. It's gotta be battery. It's gotta be battery there. Battery there. This is sticking up where the microcontroller is gonna go. So let's see if I can do it without the microcontroller first. So if I gear this motor, if I can gear the motor, it will... You know, these cap out at about 19 RPS. So that we can limit the speed with a gearbox. So if we do a 3-to-1 here, it should be a third of 19. And so I can do all sorts of limitations on this, and I can also do reverse. So I can cap that so it's only ever positive. And then I can cap out my reverse, because I don't like the instant forward back bullshit. Alright, so let's run that. So that's the down gear on that. I probably should plug it in, huh? Do WS. Where are you at, WS? WS is right here, right there. Okay, spawn that. Infinite electricity is coming off. Now I have to actually use my... Fuck, I didn't hook it up. Let's hook it back up. Oh, come on, man. Stop doing this bullshit. Let's see. You two there are gonna... This needs to go to electricity too. So that's gonna go off the... Where's the battery connect? Battery connects there. Okay. So this goes there. These go there. All right. Give this a run like this. This should be speed control without me having to deal with it. Okay. So this is max speed here. So that really helped down gearing it. So I'm gonna cut a little battery out of this. I don't know. Gear there. Okay, let's see if I can get double gearing in here. Should be able to. Just trying to worry about my space. I don't want to cut the battery down too much. I just want to have enough so that I can easily get this moved around. Gearing is going to be away. Yeah, see, that just loops it. I don't get to do... I don't have any advantage with that. All right, let's do this. That sucks. That's right in the middle. Could lose a battery. It's not the end of the world if I lose a battery. Gonna add some mass there too, so we'll do that. Okay. And I can fix the rest with a microcontroller. All right, that works. Okay. A little bit more strain on that. All right, now we have some space. I can still put a micro in there to limit that off and fix the speed how I want it. So that's good. Put a little bit of a microcontroller on here. We got a little space in there, and I can put some weight blocks in here. I want to get this sucker weighed down. We need 2, yeah. I was going to do battle cannon, but I just don't have the space for it, so. That goes there. Let's go there on that. Okay. I really wish they'd make it so we can get the dots off. You know, that's something that people have been asking for quite a while. I think it'd be an easy thing for them to do. Just make you know, even just make a weight block that doesn't have the dots on it. You know, pretty simple. Let's see. Let's go stainless on these. All right. You hook it back up. Keep forgetting I'll hook all this shit up. And I'll put a micro in here to control this a little later. Where's my bat connections? We took a bat out for there. Okay, good. So let's run this now. This needs to go to... what's that? Bat. Okay. Keep forgetting to click that. There we go. Fuck. Keep forgetting to connect everything, and it's annoying me. WS. Alright. So now on one motor, it's way down geared. So, you know, the electric motors, like I said, they top out at about 19. So this should be about a third of 19. So that helps slow us down and down gear this. So that'll be better for controlling speed. Alright, good. So that should help. Be a little bit more restrained. Let's see where my bat's at now. So I've checked the battery. So that's 96%. So we should have a good bit of battery here to do some driving around. We should be able to get that down there, get it pumped off. Should be in good business here. Probably have to check the... Probably want to check that pallet and put an air relief on the pallet. But yeah, so this works pretty well as a little airport tug. So let's, so the trailer, everything works fine with the trailer because it's just reading the seat and then the microcontroller is on that. So we can add some micro stuff to this. All right, good. That's pretty good. So a good little tug. I know it's electric, it's kind of boring, but it'd be cool if it was, modular, but I just don't have the space because like I have to put in the cylinders and then I have to put in like I could have a little bit visible, but you know, wouldn't look the way I want it to. So let's make sure I configured my seat correctly again. So 1 and 2 are going to be pushes. It'll be function 1, be F1, it's be F2. That way, every different implement can have something different. 3 and 4 are going to be toggles. So that's going to be F3, 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 F4 rather. Jesus. All right. These will be... I haven't decided yet. We'll do a push toggle. So F3 pushes 3 toggles. That'll be F5, F6. Trigger is park brake. Brake is toggle. Up down is going to be reset 100%. So that's one of the functions. This is going to be sticky. That'll be one of the functions. And then these are the drives. So, you know, I could have trailers with a bunch of different things, sticky or not sticky. So, like, if you wanted to have it reset 100%, you would use axis 4. Axis 3 is sticky and would stay. You know, these two are pushes. That one is not. So that sets you up so you can do a bunch of different stuff with it, with this function. So let's save this. Small airport tug. Good. I think that's pretty ready. Let's check the pallet trailer. Let's make sure everything's connected here. All right, that's good. We're not going to worry about brakes now. This is all set. That's good. All right, great. So that's good. All right, let's open up the tug again. We do need something for reverse. So this is going to be reverse. Reverse, that would be a toggle. Six. Where are you at there, guy? There's 6. Okay. Make sure there's a plumbed in. They are. Okay, so that'll be our reverse on that. Did I not put reverse on there? I didn't think I did. It's going to be high gear on reverse, which is not ideal, but whatever. Let me just tap it off. All right, good. So that gives that some good speed control without having... So no microcontrollers on this at all. So kind of want to do a no microcontroller build's kind of nice. All right, good. So let's see. Rope anchors, probably. And I only want the weight in the front because it's going to be counterbalancing the trailer. That's why that weights went in the front, not in the back. All right, so this will let me secure it in the plane. Try to get part of this up there at least, and then probably get off. All right, that's good there. Let's fix this. All right, good. So that's pretty well set up. Hopefully we're all set with this because this has got to go up there and sit up there. All right, then we want to load the trailer. Trailer I don't think really needs to be secured. I could hook it off the winch. Okay, so let's grab the plane. This is going to need some... this is going to need some equipment at some point, but we'll grab... Might highlight those actually. Okay, let's check the outside. Right, I had a bunch of stuff I need to paint on this, so let's do... Nope, that's wrong. Color that. Okay, there we go. And that's on the top face. Okay. Alright, that fixes that. And then there are some other ones here. The hinges, I gotta dick with the hinges to get them to color up right, but that's something I'll do later. Alright, save this plane. Alright, let's go ahead and we will get everything ready to go here. So, first thing that's going is going to be the tug. Not that I have to spawn them separately now, but I'm going to, so... Let's get this loaded up. Let's fly our asses over there. I didn't get any ropes. All right. Let's fix this up real quick. So ropes. Okay. I don't know why the doors aren't closing, but they should be. Probably electrical problem. Usually is. I don't hook them to the right electrical system. Those doors should be on the hot bus. They're not. They're on the gear bus, so that's why they're not closing. It's not a big deal. Easy fix. Alright, so this will go over and we'll load tug up. See if it's too tall. I think we're alright. Yeah, it's got to be alright. We're pretty good here. You fucker. What's it hitting? Okay, it's fine. It's just me hitting it. I was afraid it was going to get stuck on something. Oh, shit. I don't have a brake system in there. I just have to slam on the parking brake for now. That will go in the microcontroller when I fill out the microcontroller for this. There we go. Let's get up in there, son. Get up in there, son. All right, parking brake. Shut the breaker off. Okay, good. I have an extra rope on me. Beautiful. All right. All right, and then we'll just do the rope on the back here. All right, good. That's plenty for me. Go take this bed John down. I put extra on the front because I'd rather it roll towards the back than roll towards the front. And if it goes a little crooked, it'll actually jam itself in a little bit better. So, hiya! Let's get in there, son. Okay. Wrong buttons, all day long, wrong buttons. Okay, we're good here. Take that off for now. Vehicle damage can go on. Shit, we're not in the career save, are we? Piss. Haha. Nothing's easy. All right, good. So let's take this in the career save here. I'm just going to go use the facilities real quick while this loads. All right, be right back. Oh, sorry guys, I had a little bit of a message I had to check on the phone there. All right, good. So nice. We're actually in the correct we're in the correct save now. All right, good. So again, that's what I advocate. Build your stuff in a custom game. It's a pain in the ass to do it in the career game. When they did the October update, it was two things, and I still see people conflating it. And so there were two things that went on. One was a DLC. That was the space DLC. There were things that went along with the space DLC to make that work. One of them is the way that subgrids work now. So let's actually spawn this together. We don't have to, but I'm going to spawn it together. That was one of the benefits of the space DLC. Was the update was, in order to go to space, you needed to be able to have subgrids go quite a bit away from the main body. What used to happen is if you did what I'm going to do now, as soon as this tug got too far away from the main body, often like 2 kilometers, it would despawn, because think of like missiles on your fighter jet, right? If the missile gets too far away from your craft, you don't want to have to keep, because you have to render the world, you have to render the world for both the missile and there. If it gets too far away, you want to despawn. And so that was, I think, a good update. And so now we can spawn these subcraft like this. And so we should be able to spawn it like this, and we should be able to leave this, because if we look in here, let's see, get this on. If we bring up map vehicles, you'll notice I can't really spawn right in, but there's multiple vehicles. You'll get these multiple steering wheels, and that will show you have multiple vehicles now. And so that was a new thing they did with the space DLC. So we should be able to do this fine. That's one of the reasons why they did this whole thing. So let's go ahead and go. So we should be all right here. This tug seems like it might be heavy, but it's nothing compared to the pallet. The pallet has 2,000 liters in it, so this should have no problem hauling the tug. We do have to worry about it sliding around, but I think we'll be all right. This is the kind of thing I like to do. This sort of complicated stuff is what it requires planning. I think it's one of the cool ways to, not get bored in game. Let's go ahead. I want to make sure engine overheating's off. All right, good. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll take this tug up to the military base. I'd love to buy that military base, but what we're going to do is we're going to utilize this type of fuel movement to get us a little bit of money at a time. I'm just going to do a quick buzz here. I want to see where the sucker is, the oil processor, the oil recovery thing, the bell. I don't see it yet. It is bright friggin' orange, so I should see it. Yellow, whatever the hell color it is. It's around here somewhere. It gets blown by the wind, so. It was over here last I saw it. I don't see it now, but I don't see it. It's out there somewhere, I think. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to head up to military. So there's two ways I can do this. I can do GPS, which I don't think I have hooked in yet, or what I can do is the ADF system. And so I got to look that up. So I have to look up the frequencies. I think it's 635 maybe. I'm not sure. I got to look it up. So let's see. Military 600. Okay, so 600. So 600 is in there. That's going to tell me, so bearing is the heading I have to go to get there. So it's a 032. So we need to go a little bit towards the west here. So there's a 038. There we go. All right, so we're on our way. We'll be there in about 6 minutes. I will get this cooling fixed, but again, my whole thought process now is a lot of this stuff is in flux. I really hope the devs don't get scared off by some of the negativity. The game is still rated overwhelmingly positive. I think a lot of us, especially those who build, even those of us who get frustrated from some of these changes, which I really don't, but there are some people who, again, it's legitimate. You have to learn some new stuff. You have to change your build. You have to change it quite often. It can be a pain, but again, like I've talked about, if you're having overheating problems, you can click this. There are a bunch of things you can do to just make your life easier. But, one thing I was afraid of is the devs will get scared off of making big changes, making the game better. Sometimes you got to break things to make it better. You have to change things, and I really think the pressure update was a good update. I think there's a lot of cool features added in there, and so for now, until that gets solidified, I'm just doing things like shutting off engine overheating. If I know this system should work and it's not, I say, okay, something in the game's not working right now. I will just shut it off, and I will enjoy the game, and when it gets a little bit better solidified, I will then go in and I will fix it, Because I think constantly going back to your build and fixing things over and over again will frustrate you, and that's a legitimate source of frustration. So the better step, I think, is avoid it until things are a little bit solidified, they're starting to solidify Steam. I think Steam is, they made a change to pistons, but I showed you guys in 10 minutes I fixed that, so it's not a big deal, and I could see if you had a lot of Steam stuff and you have to fix a lot of stuff, but, I think these are all for the better. Understanding that things are done by pressure now. For example, like a bunch of people were complaining, oh my God, they changed Steam again. Why? Just leave it alone. They changed it because it makes more logical sense now. The pressure of the Steam makes more sense than some arbitrary number. They're making it better. They're making it more intuitive. And it's at a cost of you just, taking 10 minutes and fixing your builds, and it can be annoying, but hey, guess what? At the end, it will be better. Have a little patience. In the long run, things are going to get better, and I really hope the devs don't get scared by making these types of changes to the game that do make it better, Yes, I agree with Citrus' comment. Citrus said, those who actually build and have a little knowledge don't have problems. It's mainly the workshop enjoyers. And that's kind of the thing is, you'll have people who download something from the workshop. They'll make a little bit of tweaks. And they just don't know much about, they may not know much about engineering, mechanics, and they don't know much about the game. And so it's frustrating to them because what might take me 10 minutes to fix might take them an hour. It's one of the reasons I do tutorials. Is I want people to be able to understand these concepts, and that's why I quickly pushed out the Steam tutorial as quick as possible to fix it, because I knew that Reddit and I knew that Steam was going to fill up with a bunch of comments of they broke Steam again. And I'm so sick of seeing it because, it literally took me 10 minutes, but it might take somebody else hours to figure it out because they don't know these things. So instead of just being a jerk and being like, get good, son, I take the time and I put out a tutorial. And then I've linked that tutorial like 20 times now. If somebody's having a problem, I quickly link the tutorial. And some people, they refuse to watch anything because they don't want to spend more than 10 seconds learning something. Those people are lost causes. You're never going to make them happy anyway. I don't focus on them. But, if somebody's having a legitimate problem, they're like, oh, my Steam pistons aren't as powerful anymore. I can show you how in 10 seconds you can put a tank on there and now have double the power. So it's... it's just kind of, this is a building game. You have to enjoy building to get the most out of this game. It doesn't mean you can't play it, but to fully enjoy this game, you kind of have to enjoy building, And if you don't, what the hell is that? Okay, that's, what is Harrison? Yeah, that's Harrison, okay. You kind of have to enjoy that to get the full benefit of the game. If you don't, you're just playing part of the game, which is fine, but you're leaving a lot on the table there. Yeah, like Citrus' comment here is I linked your transmission tutorial to a dude who wanted to make a transmission. A lot of people jumped at me saying they wouldn't watch a 50-minute tutorial. Well, bud, then you ain't going to learn it. That's the thing. There are a lot of tutorials that are 5-minute tutorials. Hey, do this, do this, do this. And what they are is what I'd call plug-and-play tutorials. It's a Lego tutorial. You take this block, you stick it to this block. You never understand it. I have no problem with those tutorials. There are some people... probably the people Citrus is talking about, the people who, like, if it's longer than 5 minutes, they think, you've stolen part of their life. Frankly, I have no interest in those people because, if you don't want to take the time, then that's not what my content's designed for. And you know, then you have the people who really want to actually learn the mechanics. That's who I make it for, you know. And if you want to learn the mechanics, and guess what? One of the reasons why I make those longer videos is this: is I saw so many people who would watch a 5-minute tutorial, which didn't teach them anything, and then they'll spend the next 2 hours pulling their hair out trying to figure it out on their own, and they get frustrated, and rightfully so. And guess what? If they watched one 50-minute tutorial, it would have taken them 55 minutes to, or more to build the thing, but 55 minutes to understand the thing, and they'd be done. But instead, they'd rather watch the 5-minute tutorial and pull their hair out for 2 hours than to just watch the tutorial that actually tells them what to do. You know, so again, just different strokes for different folks. Different people like different things, but at the end of the day, my whole thought process is you kind of have to, if you actually want to learn how something works, you need to take the time to do it. I didn't learn how to fly an airplane overnight. It took me years to learn how to fly an airplane, and it took me many years to get the experience that I have flying airplanes. My degree in aeronautical science was usually a 5-year degree. I got out in 3.5 years because I busted my ass to do it. And so it took me 3.5 years to learn what I know. And there are engineers in the community who do some, big man studying to be a mechanical engineer. I know there's some other people in the community who do tutorials who are engineers. It took them years to learn what they learned. And so, you can't expect to learn what they learned in 5 minutes. Is it reasonable to learn what somebody else learned in 3 years in 50 minutes? I think it is. And my stuff is bookmarked. It's comprehensive. Hey, if you don't want to listen to that section, click on the next bookmark, man. If you want to jump ahead and see what the little secret is, be my guest. But you're really not going to learn anything until you take the time to actually sit down and learn the mechanics, because a lot of this comes from my physics knowledge, my mechanics knowledge, and you're not going to learn that in a 5-minute video. You're just not. And so I have no interest in making those videos. They're not bad videos. I just have no interest in making them. Other people make them. I let them make them, Because frankly, I want to teach you why things work, and if you know why things work, you can fix them, because what will happen is the 5-minute tutorial, I bet you, has hundreds of comments asking, hey man, I did this and it didn't work. What am I doing wrong? Well, now that person has to spend, 20 minutes going through that person's build to try to help them. Where if you listen to my tutorial and you can see it step by step, you hopefully have got it now, and you don't have to worry about, oh, I have to ask them how to fix it now, or I have to go on and ask this person how to fix this first, what I did wrong. And I think a comprehensive tutorial, frankly, is, I think, the better way to go. Ooh, the propeller. I'm going to shut down. Yeah, so that's why I do a comprehensive, long, quote-unquote, long tutorial. Frankly, I'm a little bit older than most of my viewers, and as you get older, you'll probably find you get a little bit more patience. Some people, again, it's my hobby to learn these things. I love watching a video, learning how nuclear energy works, how plasma works, how some of these, fission reactors work. Some people will be bored to tears by that, and that's fine. But, if you want to learn how this engineering game works, you kind of have to learn a little bit of engineering, man. And the people who are teaching that stuff didn't learn it overnight. You have to take that time. You got to learn it if you want to actually know it. And once you have that knowledge, you don't have to watch my transmission video 10 times. You can watch it once, and then you're good. And you've learned something. If you need to go back and reference it, you can. But you've learned something, you're done. So it's one-time investment, and you'll actually learn the concepts that you can now use for the rest of the game, and that's, but frankly, if you're not willing to learn the parts of this game, you're never going to be able to take full advantage of it. Let's see, 6 is reverse. So. All right, so let's go ahead and grab a snap of this. There we go. That's a good pick. All right, so this is going to sit over here. I thought I put it in reverse. I guess I didn't. Well, get off there. All right, there's brakes. Let's go shut that breaker off, so we should be good. Be careful crossing cables when you're going to actually hold something. In real life, you're supposed to cross your cables. In game, it does not like it. It tries to flip the build, so keep that in mind if you end up crossing your cables. It can have very detrimental results in game. All right, good. So we've got the tug on board. You know, I'm a big proponent about professionalism in, you know, a professionally, like, you know, Sergeant Chaos talking about being a mechanic. You know, it's, you know, a mechanic has taken years and years and years to learn this trade, you know, and they are the expert in that field, you know, and so, you know, you could have somebody who's a brilliant person, say they're a doctor, a surgeon, and they'll know a hell of a lot about that, but they don't know much about, you know, being a mechanic. Oh, what the hell's going on here? What's up? What's going on here? I'm trying to see what's happening here. One of my engines running down from the other one. I don't know why I'm turning. I gotta fix this. I'm trying to see why I'm turning here. Okay, we've got an engine that's low on manifold pressure here, so what's up? Alright, let's quickly put the brake on. I gotta see what's up with my engine here. This one's running a much higher manifold pressure than the other one. Did I not take the scoops out? I took the scoops out. Why we have one engine at a high manifold pressure? Shut them down, see what's up. But, you know, it's like, you know, to learn the tricks of the trade of the mechanic, you got to spend all your time being a mechanic, you know. And it's like to be, you know, truck driver, to be a good truck driver, you got to drive a truck all the time. And it's, you know, that expertise takes you time to do. And you can't shortcut it. You can't on day one come in this game and build a huge Titanic in a day that's perfect. No. You got to start small. You got to learn the mechanics. You have to do the hard work. You have to learn. And if you don't want to learn, you know, that's fine, but you're likely not going to be able to do it, you know? Why is this manifold pressure dogged on the right side? Okay. I've never had this issue, I don't think, before with this. Let's see. Not sure what's up with this engine. I'm going to try to get a run-up going. See if I can't get it to... Yeah, see, my number 2 is at a higher manifold pressure. I don't know why. Do not know what's up with that. Make sure I didn't accidentally select something I don't want. No, no, no. Can't run with one engine at a higher manifold pressure than the other. I don't know what happened. Let's see. Let's check the weather. I'm overriding the weather right now, so that's not it. That's definitely not it. Okay. Because it could theoretically be air going in the intake, but I don't think so. Let's go infinite fuel for a second, see what, if they level out. They don't, so something is up. Let's go ahead, and here's my throttles. Trying to throttle up 1. Trying to get 1 to throttle up to 2. See, this one's way high. I don't know why this one is up to a high manifold pressure. I really don't. All right, I'm just gonna see. What do I want to do? Recall it. Shut down. Let's do a full shutdown. See what's up. Yeah, I like the snowing game. I think it's a nice touch. You know, that was a complaint somebody had. Was like, you know, I fully forgive us the option, but dude, it's Christmas time. They're putting snow in the game. Just enjoy it. It's like freaking out about that stuff. How's it going there, Connor? let this shut down, and I want to see what. I'm gonna, you know, Control Alt Delete these engines, see what's up. Fuel, where's fuel at? Fuel's identical. Yeah, I don't know what the dealio is. I have to diagnose that. Let's let him completely stop. I'm a little bit off too. I gotta hopefully be able to jump back up on this. We'll do an off-field takeoff here. Hopefully we don't smash. If I can get the engines synced up, I want to get those props stopped. They're hard connected, so I need the manifold. See, like this manifold pressure is reading high still. Yeah, see this. The manifold pressure is. Did I base it off air or did I fake it? I may have faked it. Okay, let's go ahead and. I'm gonna try to run us up. Okay, I'm able to run up 1 now. Let's try to run up 2. Especially in reciprocating airplanes, you do run-ups before. See, like this one's high already. Now, I'm gonna save us. All right, and I'm gonna try to see if I can get this out of its funk. I don't know what's gonna happen here. So, what are you? 972. Let's check props. I have no prop indication, but I'm gonna go full prop here. Yeah, I don't know what the story is. Let's do a quick run up here. Brake on, brakes on. Let's do a quick run up. Okay. All right, so they finally joined up after a while. So let's go load the save. So I'll see if it's what's going on here. Reloading the save, we'll see if it fixes the engines. Could be something I did. I don't think I did, though. I didn't change anything. We just did a couple flights there. It was working fine, no problem. So, who knows? Let's see. And again, it's likely something that's, you know, done with that I did, I would say. All right, so those manifolds are screwed up. Let's go ahead and we're gonna recall the vessels. So let's go ahead, turn on map vehicles. We'll do allow teleport on the vehicle, and I'll just yank it back. I'm gonna do a quick run up. So one thing you do IRL is you have spark plugs in the cylinders, and so what you'll do is info electricity's off. Now notice the doors are closed. Okay. You'll follow the spark plugs, and so you do a run up, and if they're running rough, they get carbon on the spark plugs, and you have to burn them off. So you'll do a run up before and a recip to make sure that the engines are running correctly. Now let's go ahead and let's load the trailer first, and then I will load the trailer up. Grab CBS plane. Let's go ahead and grab the trailer. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was, so I didn't put any attachment on this, did I? Shit, I need that though. I definitely do. Got the microcontroller there. I don't want to do it there either. Yeah, there's really just no shortcut to this. You kind of got to learn the stuff, man. You want to... Oh, I was going to do the winch. That's what it was. I was going to do the winch and hook it to the winch. That's fine. We're good here, like this. I got to figure out why the engines are... manifold pressure was, like, way off. Alright, they're stabilized now, so I don't know what the dealio was. Do not know what the dilly was. Alright. Flaps. There. Lights, 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 lights. Let's get out of here, Sonny. Let's go 600. There we go. Alright, we're on our way. Do a static takeoff. Make sure the two rise together. Yeah, let's go. And we're outie. Oh, shit. I pulled out gear a little bit fast. You want to make sure you have positive rate before you pull the gear so that, you know, if you were actually to touch down again, the gear would soften the blow. I didn't go full throttle on takeoff either. Alright, so 034 is where we're heading. This is one thing that, you know, it would be cool if, you know, like none of us really do this where we move our vehicles. You know, you would say, oh, I'll just spawn it there, I'll spawn it there. And it makes sense to a certain extent to do that, like it was your base. But it would be kind of cool to, I don't think they should make it, you know, mandatory certainly, but it'd be kind of cool to self-restrict yourself to you have to move your own vehicles around. So if you wanted to have a, the problem is, you know, having too many vehicles in the world is going to slow it down, and so you really can't do it too much. But like, it's one of the reasons I like building these little planes that can hold some small cars and stuff. Is it makes it so that you you can move them around. Like you want to do a rescue mission over there, you can take it in with a plane. It's kind of cool. I haven't bothered doing the restream. It didn't set up the video correctly, so I have to do some more research and restream before I restream again. 3-1. So you know, it's a pretty quick way to get around. As unrealistic as it is, bringing in a pallet of fuel, you know, the benefit of that is just how quick it is. You know, when I need a little bit of injection of cash, I can just bring a pallet in. So my hands are completely off the controls. I haven't touched the controls in a while here. This is trimmed. Yeah, you see we're dropping a little bit, so what you want to do is bring it back to the horizon line, and then you want to trim it. Now the problem is, Basilisk has added this at my asking was the ability to move this. I forgot to hook it up, so I can't move this horizon bar because depending on the plane, like theoretically there are planes like the B-52 which actually will have a nose down attitude to maintain altitude. So you would move your horizon bar. So you would look at your VSI, you make sure your VSI is zeroed, and then you move your horizon bar to tell you where to pitch to maintain zero climb descent. Like right here, like that is, horizon bar could probably come down just to here, but my hands are off the controls. You know, I have the auto hover and the gyro's not on, it's just the plane is balanced. Yeah, that's why the gyro can like the stock gyro has no problem, is because the plane's balanced. It's doing very little. The stock gyro isn't expected to, you know, do everything. I'm quite curious what happened with manifold pressure. Could have just been a buggity bug or something. I'm not sure. That's the first time I've had that problem. So I might supercharge this to get the RPM down. I don't want any more speed, but I do want to get the RPM down. Because I want to be able to get this temp under control. You notice we're way over temp here. Make sure I had that setting shut off. Yep, engine overheating's off. I'm keeping, oh, infinite fuel's on too. Shut that off, okay. That was on from the last save there when I was trying to test it. Shut that back off. Yeah, so I don't see the problem again. We'll see if I land. I don't know what could have caused that. It could be something I did, but I doubt it. I haven't really changed. The only thing I changed was the air filter. So the problem is if I want to supercharge this engine, I have to push the props up one to make the nacelles one longer. I really like these tiny nacelles. You see how small they are? I really like the tiny nacelles on this. You know, so what I could do is I could push it up and I could cut out some cylinders, but that's kind of counterproductive, or I could just push it up and not complain about it. So what I might do, make it one longer. We'll see what I can do to get this supercharged, because I need a space in there for the impeller. I need a T-piece and then put the impeller in. So, you know, then if you have a scoop on there, it works, because what's happening is it's sucking the air through. So even if the wind is blowing against the back of it, it's not. You're still getting airflow. So, all right, there's military base right there. Yeah, right there. So we're already in line for, I forget what runway number that is. We'll see when I line up. The runway numbers IRL are based off of compass headings. So once we get lined up for this runway, I can tell you what runway number it should be. So let's see, we're up pretty much about lined up here, right about there. It's about a runway 3. So that's runway 3 right there. So in line for runway 3, we're gonna go gear down. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna start putting in our flaps, which is gonna also start to increase the prop pitch. We'll bring down the thrust, because that increased prop pitch is gonna unload the engine, so we don't need it screaming as much. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna trim now that we've done our power and our configuration change at the same time. IRL, you'd be trimming constantly. The trim's always going, but I did them together, so I only had to trim once. Because if I accidentally trim my throttle, we're in deep shit. So, because then when I need to, I can't change it. So I'm gonna retrim again. I did a power change. Trim again. More trim. There we go. And we're on file for runway 3. So you want to set up your nice long finals like this. This is the best way to do it. You know, we had a rule that we had to be established by 1,000 feet. So we're currently at 2,000 feet, just about. But, you know, if we weren't established at 1,000 feet by company regs, we had to go around. So if we didn't have the gear out, if the flaps weren't, you know, set for landing, if we were doing more than 1,000 foot per minute descent, if we weren't on course, we had to go around. So, you know, you want to be stabilized. You don't want to be farting around. This is a pretty good, this is about a 3-degree glide slope, maybe a little bit high. Probably a hair high, but not much. 3-degree glide slope's what you'd normally come in on. Depends, like if you had a mountain pass, you'd probably come in steeper. Watching my speed. Speed's the most important gauge right now, because I can visually see the airport, so I don't need to worry about my attitude indicator, because I can see the airport. That has my attitude all set, so I just need to watch my airspeed. So I pulled a little bit off. You see we're slowing down. I want about 85 knots is pretty good, so just tapped it up a little bit there. Trim again, right? I just took some power off, so I need to trim. Airspeed's coming down, a little bit of power. As I add power, it's going to pitch me up a little bit, so I don't need to trim for that one. Right on line, we're on center line. Airspeed's within 1 knot, 2 knots. That's certainly within regs. We're stabilized. Now, there shouldn't be the X's on the runway. That annoys me. I'd like them to get rid of the X's on the runway. That means the runway's closed. Alright, we're going to start to level, or not level, but we're going to flare a little bit. There we go. I'm going to keep the power up so we can go. Did I lose the... I did. Fuck. I lost the tug because I recalled the vehicle. That's why I wanted to do them separately. Alright, that sucks. Alright. I'm going to probably do an add-on to bring it up here. I'm not coming up here again with it. That's a little frustrating. As far as I'm concerned, that wasn't my fault, so. Set that parking brake. Manifolds are still in line. Let's go ahead and shut down. Shut the avionics off. We'll leave the master power on. Alright. Go ahead and grab these ropes. I got ropes on me. I need to make it so that when you shut down the engine, not the APU, the alternator automatically goes to 100%. That will help put resistance on the motors and help stop them. Okay. So you can grab the end of these connectors like this and drag them. So just drag this trailer. So I'm not taking an extra trip up here. What I'll do is I'll put in an add-on, and I'll just launch it and move the pallet to move the. I'll put up one of the tugs up here. That can sit here. Let's get out of here. Hopefully we don't have a manifold pressure problem on the way out, because I don't understand what that is. And if I despawn this, it will despawn the trailer, because I spawned them together again. So about 4 or 5. Yeah, I don't know. This one was revved up to 9, which didn't make any sense to me. So I don't know why that one was so revved up. But we're good now. Okay. So just seems like just a weirdness that happened. Yeah, let's taxi over, and we're gonna take off the opposite way. I've got the wind to calm. We should taxi. What are they doing? Oh, it's just the hospital. Okay. We'll actually take the cross runway. Wind's calm. We can take off whatever runway we want. Alright, we're ready to go. And the lights on, we're out of here. Buzz rate, gears coming up. Flaps are good. Let's get out of here. I don't have a radio signal for our starter base, so I'm just going to head back. Let's actually go to Draymore. No. Let's go there. We need the fuel from here, so. Alright, we'll get the pallet. Actually, I might take a break when we get back. We'll save up, and then we'll do it next time. Because I got to make the add-on, too, so I'll probably do that. Let's make a stop at Draymore. We'll start from there next time. I could fly the tug back. I just don't feel like doing it now, but I'll do it next time. I'll fly the tug back. There's beginner base. There is the hospital island. Hopefully be able to get this temperature under control here at some point when I think some of the kinks are worked out. Shouldn't be a problem. I'll supercharge this. I'll try to get the RPS down. So try to increase the power by super in it and get the RPS down. Yeah, I can't figure. I don't know what that was. It just seems like a bug that caused me to have bad manifold pressure on one side, because it was running like almost double. And then these are my manual throttles here. I can independently control the engines. So what I was trying to do is sync them up and then run with the up-down arrows. I don't know how wide this is. I was gonna go through the archway, but I don't know how wide this is. Yeah, it's hairy. Trying to get through there. That's hairy. That's right in the money. That's pretty, yeah. That's not going to be, that wouldn't have made it. No way. What do we got here? Any crates? Nay. Nay crates. Yeah, engines sound a little bit different, I think. Like, we really don't burn that much fuel. We burned about 20 gallons to go do that. Alright, there's Draymore right there. We're going to kind of set up for a final on Draymore. Buzz Komodo on the way over. Kind of cool to do some coal runs. Well, back in the mine a little bit. Oh, there's a helo. Traffic, traffic, traffic. Traffic, traffic. Two traffic. Jesus, this is popular over here, huh? Traffic. Is that boat that honks its horn the whole time? Probably. There's Draymore right there. Landing gear's coming down. Flaps are coming in. Props coming full forward. Start cutting some power here. Alright, now we're going to trim, 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 trim. Power back up. Went slow. A little slow. Still slow. There we go. Little trim, trim, trim. There we go. It's good there. Come in on the left base for, I forget what runway number this is. I need to write them all down. I was making approach plates and I completely kind of put that off. Landing gear, I don't have the indicator going, but they're down 3 green. I have no gear lock on this plane. Doesn't weigh very much, so I don't really have any. I don't have any hard points locking them up. Yeah, they would have. They wouldn't have. They would have been upset if I flew through the archway. The FAA wouldn't like it either. All right, so I'm gonna come back over to the right a little bit. I'm a little bit high. I'm a little bit off center. That's fine. I'm gonna fix it. There's an animal in the water there, moving around like stink. I think it's a moose that's been in there for a while. Alright, so I have a little bit of, it feels almost like I have a little bit of a right crosswind. There we go. Let's go right into Draymore. Yeah, I don't know what that manifold pressure problem was, so I'm not really worried about it. It seemed like a one-off. Alright, good. So some good progress here. Got some cool new toys. So we have the tug and the trailer there. Those are going to get moved up to the military base. The tug and the trailer will live there until we buy that base. Every once in a while, we'll just cram some fuel in there to try to... just cram some fuel in there to try to get that sold, to get enough money to buy that place. Once we buy it, what we'll be able to do is we can head up there, and then we can despawn it, and it will put the fuel in the base, and then that way we can just spawn stuff to move it, you know. So that's kind of the plan there. But yeah, so I think that's a good kind of a good plan for the future. That'll be a good money sink. This is the kind of the thing that keeps me going in career, where a lot of people fall down, is if you come up with some long-term plans, you come up with some strategies, like you build, oh, I want to carry my vehicles in an airplane. It becomes cooler where you, okay, now I have to build a small vehicle because it's going to go in the airplane, where if you just are like, oh, I'll take my standard forklift, I'll spawn it here, and I'll just drive it over, you know, it gets a little bit, there's less to do there. So let's go ahead and get on the map real quick. All right, so let's go ahead and thank the members. We have Side Mountain, Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, FS Gamer, Citrus, and Rasmus. Congratulations to the Build Challenge Hotel winners. We have Citrus as Captain's favorite, and we have Guarded Halo as the points winner. Community voting is going on now for about a week. It'll be about Saturday midnight Saturday morning. Let's put it that way because people get confused. That will go. Thank you to Chickensore for being a patron. If you guys have not subscribed, please consider subscribing. And if you guys would like the video, and make sure you watch the Build Challenge Hotel, I'd appreciate that. Thank you guys, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.